we are having with us. Yeah, yeah, I think, yeah, we are having with us Pal Bachan Singh Sandhuji. He is the Chief Technical Advisor of BNK Energy Alternatives. He is a civil engineer and he has been associated with many prestigious work particularly with construction of green buildings. Um, Indian Business School at Mohali, which is one of the best example of green buildings, has been uh, constructed under his supervision from thing. And then afterwards he is into the solar energy sector also, where he is providing and installing this photovoltaic rooftop energy, and many of the government, private and other institutions or buildings in Chandigarh and in Punjab as well. And today will be discussing on green building guidelines for buildings uh, with while adopting ancient concepts along with the renewable energy concept. So I welcome you, sir, for this session.
Thank you. I've already Dr. Sanjay Sharma introduced myself, so you know very well the basic background behind it. So today my topic is green building guidelines for buildings by adopting ancient concepts along with renewable energy. So just slideshow start from it. So you see, since ages, or you can say since medieval times, there were many ancient civilizations which were into housing, construction, building. So the very basic, I'm going to discuss you very rudimentary and very basic things which are going to interest you also, and that you will link with today technologies. How would like to correlate all those things and how would like to adopt them in practical usage in our engineering, in our basic construction. So first of all, I would like to insist that there is a very good way to understand and remember things and to get onto things by making some kind of verb terminology, some words, some linking them, and trying to focus on those things and try to have a repeatedly question those things. How, why? Now here I have made up this thing is how, where, what, why, and when. If you will just link it, write it down somewhere and see how green building can be done, where exactly can be done, what all or things are to be included with them, and why we should do it, and when is the right time to do it. So we will come through this presentation of mine, and you will see in all those concepts, you'll try to link all these words with them at various part of your discussion over here. I would like to concentrate, keeping these basis things, you try to correlate all the data of mine with this basic thing. Then definitely you will remember it and really they're going to take it in a long way. Along with, I have added one slide that is must for engineers. Engineers, it could be anything like a civil engineer, he could be an architect also, he could be some other electrical field also. There are some basic thumb rules to given to him for maintaining his ethics as well as understanding where he should utilize his best methodology or his knowledge or his means whatever best he is in. Let us start it. Now, how green building using different type of approaches to make a structure. That is basically why we are looking for a green buildings. Because if we adopt green building concepts, first of all, this is healthy for us. And that depends where we are locating the building, where is exactly the location, what is the direction, is it facing the sun? Like in ancient technologies, if you talk about the Navajo people who were the basically tribal native people of North America, they were making some houses which were facing the sunshine, facing east. So there are many concepts in which you can orient your building according to the sunrise and sunset. So that this is a basic thumb rule in which how you should position your building. And there are many materials you'll be using in that. If you use the basic material of earth, the bricks, they were made of like, you have ba- material which is like straw, like earth, and all those basic materials which should be included in your construction. Site location is the most important. If you have to put up a building, where you should understand ki how you should place it and where you should place it. Now you could see the various civilization. It is go to Indus, Hindu civilization, Indus civilization. It was on the banks of some rivers, and some other like basic ancient Maya civilization. If you talk about Uzbekistan, if you talk about Incas and Machu Picchu in Peru, you would see that how they were located and where all those people were, why those civilization were there only, why it was not somewhere else. So if you see that, looking up a space or a place and geographical location, seeking in all the various things with the factors, the climatic factors, the basic regional, the availability of the building material, which has to be like in our in our green building concept, we always ensure that whatever material we are using in the construction site is locally procured, so it is not come from a far away distance. And for the material which is locally procured, and that is we get more points. So basic concept is this only, for understanding that key, the material which we are using, the location which we are using is ideal for that construction. Now, ancient China, if you see that, if you really look about there for many, quite many years, if you could see that there was a Great Wall of China, when this civilization was delinked from our globally, nobody could know what was happening beyond that wall. So when we came to know about this civilization, China, if you see their structures, if you see their buildings, they are basically the same, whether it could be a palace, whether it could be a temple or a poor man house or a rich man house. You say they are using basic mud foundations, or they are using timber, flame thatch roofs, using straws somewhere. And if you could see that they have the same kind of similar structures, so there is no wastage of material in that, and nobody is trying to become show off in their buildings. They basically using the basic material for their comfort, as well as for ensuring that they are living in a very eco-friendly house or a building. So today's concept, if you talk about, is in today right era. So we should understand ki what is maximum required for us. Try to limitize ourselves, limitize our luxuries. Try to understand what is our need. We should only make buildings, live them in them according to our requirement. Going beyond our requirement is naturally a waste of all those things. So this is why the ancient civilization prospered, because they never utilized their wasted their energy on unnecessary making of buildings which are going to be waste. Ancient Navajo, I was talking about too about this very North American side, which were very famous for the buildings. Basically, in this they were basically hunters. They were even going to the Serbia also, crossing many oceans also. At that time also, if you could see there, they were having rectangular buildings, the dwellings, and they were interlinked also. And then you could see a wall outside the periphery of the whole complex. In today's time, we have multi-story apartments or societies in which we are staying. We have a lot of apartments are linked together in a society, and they are surrounded by a wall. You see, so many years back, it was 1,000 or more than that, such people were living in such a way, and that was a right way. And even these buildings are prone to earthquake. Interesting point is, like, we are making structures of concrete, heavy concrete, and we are making such kind of foundations. Still, we are not able to sustain the buildings. And these are just mud houses or straw using basic earth means the whatever material they were having that time. So interesting to know. If you say Navajo, this is a Navajo tribe's house, Hogan. It is called Hogan. It is simply like a standing poles and then covering it with the mud or leaves or something like that to, and basically a wooden frame. If you could see the entrance of this Hogan is facing east, where the sun is rising. So this is the basic structure which is required if you have to, you can say as a nomadic people are staying like this, or if you would like to stay in a eco-friendly, like a lot of people are doing it, they're living in the forest, intellectual people trying to learn the why the people were living like this, why were they were having a basic dwelling unit with them. So so this is an interesting thing. And see, I will really like to talk to son. This is really eco house, which is in practice, but it is not done so. The houses which we saw with a lot of material, composite material used, material transported from many countries, and then a house is made. It is called eco. No, it is not eco. Eco is this. So ancient Maya civilization even have the similar kind of patterns. Means what my point in raising this civilization and telling you all those things is that those guys, so many years ago, millions of years ago, were having such a material with which they were making eco-dwelling houses, and that very material is available to today also. So why we are not using those materials? Why we are not making houses out of it? I can understand where there is a space limitations or where the land is costly. That is why the location comes in the point. Why to choose a dwelling? What kind of dwelling? Where to do it? So when you have an ample space, that is not a constraint. You can very well go for a basic house, which is a mud and with the basic straw covering and all those things. That is going to really, in South India there's a lot of progress going on this dwelling units. They are making some eco-friendly houses, and those people are living also there. Even in very, if you see about, so Uzbekistan is the same experiment, because you could see the walls over here, they're all mud. The basic fundamental is same. If you see that they're using all those materials, the way using them is in a different style, pertaining to their culture or whatever their heritage, or would like to show a different kind of their stream in respect of their what you get totem signs or whatever like that to the religion, showing some different incline. But basic is the intent is to use the basic material over there only, so that is, even that is not wasted also. And whatever is left out of the crop, that like straws is there, straws is used, mud is used over there, and the building blocks are done. And somewhere interesting is that they even don't use a mortar for tiling them. So that is very interesting. Like I was talking about the Machu Picchu, this is in Peru. If you see, this is a huge colonization at such a high height over there, and having four boundaries. Basically it is called land of four corners. There's a huge civilization on this very mountain peak. There was very, because dwellings over here were aligned according to the planets, astronomical alignment of the planets, because people used to believe a lot of that the planetary, all light and all those things, sun, moon, stars, they have an impact of daily living of the people. That is was their focus that time. So the dwellings of this nature, they're very eco-friendly, and at such high altitudes they'll have going to have a very good you can say the air oxygen levels are really high. And see the way they have oriented their dwellings over here, so that their house is full of fresh air, sunlight comes in, and using the basic material, there is no issue in that. Ancient Aztecs was a come later on, but they also use mud and all those things. So if you really see what we were discussing in the past about civilization, ancient, this and that, focus was the orientation, how to orient your building. Southern exposure is the most important and the easy way to set the green building and sustainability issues. If you will really see in today's world, if you talk about green building concepts or sustainability is one part which is the most important, and whatever like wherever development is occurring, if you talk about the green world, sustainability will come first. You have to ensure that how do you sustain, because if you are adopting any concept or putting in anything into, how do you think is a sustainable? So that is the more everybody's inclination globally world. If you say that, even if you say about the Paris Convention, in which there was a about the solar adoption of solar and renewable energies, it is wind or it is like even water is a renewable energy. If you accept that coal burning or other things which in which we are wasting our fossils. So so southern exposure is the most important and the easy way, because there is nothing. See, this southern exposure, if you really talk about, I am talking about the designers, the architects, who should in their design should ensure that if such a thing is adopted. Now I would don't know, because engineer can't do anything because he has the drawings and all design is given to him and he has to do it. So how does this southern exposure is not going to, he has no contribution. Architects and the people who are in the design should ensure that such kind of things is a basic thing which can be adopted and which is justified also. So in their green building, that is the start of it. Then I will try to reclaim. Reclaim can could be anything, the material which is wasted over there, which could be again used into it. Like if you are breaking a house and you're rebuilding a building over there is many things which you can reclaim in that, instead of throwing all that waste into some dump yard. And then getting away with that waste is also a issue, and using landfills. Instead of that, you should try to segregate that material and try to think whatever best you can use out of it. Like in houses, we do have the bathtubs. The bathtubs, what the earlier bathtubs could be used for putting up some plants in that, or putting up some green covers in that, or putting all those things at your top and making a green garden or something like that. Focus is to use everything what is becoming out of the house and non-toxic. And things which are non-toxic means they are not so harmful to us in any way. Locally material, organic, native species, and whatever species we are getting locally, like we are doing a landscaping of some complexes, we will try to focus ourselves to the native plants, the species available over there, the species which will grow according to the climatic zones over there, rather than choosing something which is very, maybe they may be very aesthetically beautiful, but they may not be growing here. So what's the point of putting all those things, putting pine trees over here, bringing them here when we are not, so they are not suitable so to grow? Then what is the point of putting those, adopting a native species which are very readily available? You should go for that. Reclaiming, you understand, is basically recycling only. So this is red wire cut bricks and blue engineering bricks, if you could see that. So basically, these are all the kind of bricks which we are using basically. And I would advise that wherever wood is used, lumber should be used. Now in these days, if you could see that lumber is used in structural stability and places where we need scaffolding and all those things, but they should be adopted in the household also, like making chogats, making your window frames, making all. And if you see, they don't have knots. So when they don't have knots, the wood is not wasted. And this is recycle also. Moment you are over with it, you can still again recycle it and again use it. So it is better to use a sustainable lumber like this. And it is better. These are the basic things, because see, my presentation or whatever I'm telling you is basically or majorly is inclined towards the people who are into the design thing, because obviously these are material which I'm talking about. Adoption is in the basically a client who is a client, or who is a design team, because they are the people who have to decide what kind of material to be used in the building, what is the, when it comes to the execution stage, those things are already predefined. So I was talking about the bathtub like this, such kind of bathtubs you could see that. So why to waste them? Use them, putting some plants into it, putting earth into it. Like later on, I'll show you a picture in which they are using it. Because why reclaim? So I already told you why we should do it. Because dumping them, the old material, the cost of steady refining, delivering, keep useful lot of out landfills and all those things. But it is best. First is to segregate what is to be used, what is not to be used. So what is you have already segregated, ki this can be reclaimed, then only you cannot reclaim everything. But you have to define what is to be reclaimed and what is not to be. There are very construction styles, like this guy is using adobe bricks, you see. This is a basic in which he is not using any motor or anything like that. Earth is used to make houses. Earlier in villages, or you can say in rural areas or native houses, people used to use this as a motor. So when the building is low rise and when the structural load is less, also means you don't have to use the as a multi-story building. Obviously, single-story houses can be made like this. Here you see the straw bales uses. It is the straw is basically, you know, that it's a by-product of your agriculture leftover thing. So then you have basic poles are used. Then along with it, straw is tied to it, and a house is made. This kind of houses even you find in Europe and some rural areas of countryside of European cities, and they do advocate for it. You say has a beautiful house, even a double story, single story is made over here. Rammed earth is there. This is a new technology, but then this is comes in the composite type. Means we are using the traditional concept of construction along with it, using ramming the earth over here, providing a better insulation. Because these mud houses, they are very, you can say that they act as a thermostat or something, like something what is cool inside will cool remain, and what is hot. That very concept is there. Now we use insulated concrete panels also. So and you could see that foam is there in the right hand side. You could see that basically it is just for giving a insulation. There's a whatever, like you can get away with your basic energy consumption of yours, that your need is limited, your house is not getting heated up, you don't know you don't need the acs and all those further. It is like self sustainable. You must be sure about some vocs. We have using products which have low vocs value, carpets or any other things like paints, texture paints. We should not go for that aesthetic or decoratory part of the paint rather than the VOC. First part is see what is a VOC. If it is a low VOC, then it's okay. Because later on, what will you understand is like I am standing here in this room. It must be having some kind of air pollution. It's a particulate matter. It's a very fine. You cannot see with your naked eye. But I could see that even your paint is leaving something, even your door is leaving something. So this matters if you're really concerned about your health, if you're concerned about the air pollution, you have to look for this VOCs, and this is the high time when should you venture into such things, because later on, as the places are not livable in Ludhiana, in Delhi, somewhere air pollution has taken such a high rate that even it is you should have to wear the mask for even sustaining your daily life. So I have already ensured that if you use a home green, first is you are cutting your cost also, like putting solar photovoltaic panels on your rooftop will naturally help you in burning electricity, thus cutting your electricity bills. Like in Chandigarh, in Crest, there is a body which is looking after this renewable thing. So there are policies like net metering, gross metering, in which you can connect it to the grid without even use of the battery. So in this way, whatever, like first is you get a subsidy from the government, then later on you get some paid for your energy which you are producing. Subsequently, you are cutting on your electricity costs, and your return on your capital cost is also 3 4 years, and the system is workable for 20 years. So basic thing is, like if you are adopting your any green endeavor like this solar photovoltaic or something like that, you are cutting your cost. And safety is always, safety is there. If you are using low VOC paints and adopting some material which are not harmful for us, naturally safety is there. So naturally we should, this is a picture of offshore drilling and all those things. We using our whatever bank's energy we had, fossil fuels. So they're going to go away one day. So we are left with nothing. We have to adopt our renewable energy or whatever energy use we are getting today. If we'll make a habit to use all this new things which are lying waste, which have no use, naturally one day we will go into professions. So I was talking about solar PV system on the houses, on the buildings, and using the wind energy also. Wind is in coastal areas. If you could see that, where the wind speed is sufficient, you can put up some wind turbines and generate lot of electricity out of it. It is better than your coal thing, and hydel, of course. Now, in the start, if I say that, I said to you how, where, what, when, why. There is one thing I told you to remember thing. There, see, when students they do learn for the examination and then they start preparing for some kind of a competition, they try to make notes according some codings. So it is not possible for them to remember all those things in the examination because they do make codings. This is how we are going to remember it. There's a code. They'll try to link some interesting things to those so that that will remain in their memory till they give their examination. So when I started this presentation, I stressed upon something, and it was like a very simple thing, but still you need to focus on that. Whenever we are doing something, whenever we are presenting, or whenever we want to venture into some interesting topic, or we would like to link to it, we try to put yourself into the topic wholly. And like I said, how, where, what, when, why, when, how is, how it is done, how to adopt the technology, what all can be done. I told you adopt mud bricks, what kind of bricks you should have. You use straw, you use this. How, where to do it, where exactly you can do those things, what what you should do, what kind of methodology you should do, why, and why you should be doing that. Obviously, to help the environment. And when you should do it, when is it time to do it, sooner the better. So this is like solar panels I was talking about. Like to show you a picture. This is all everywhere. You could see these days that people are putting panels over here. And Discom, according to the Discom, is electricity department. whatever policies they do have, like in Punjab, it's different, Delhi different, UT, Chandigarh is having a different policy altogether. You have to understand ki what all policy matter is there in the energy department, and according to you put your solar panels. If you could see that many old buildings, or you can see the buildings institutional or somewhere, you'll find some kind of a projection that is called overhangs. Why the overhangs are provided? It's not that it's aesthetic, or it has a value where, like, sometimes you have to protect your walls from getting the direct sunlight so that they are not heated and your building is remains. So the point is, like, these all things, even though this looks aesthetically beautiful also, it is very simple things. If by adopting this you could put a sustainability index to your building, such things should be adopted and should be promoted also. So then there is a thermal mass concept I was talking about. So this is like getting the electricity from outside and how you should use them. If you talk about, there is a concept which is called geotechnical thermal, that has been very famous abroad but is not adopted here. It is like boring into the your ground. It's some quite a meters, and getting that heat from there to utilize in your house. That is one geotechnical. This is going to come one day also, when those technologies, like when we are extinguishes our resources, when we have to, the people are doing it. This is just a thermal mass. I was talking about that concrete, insulated concrete block. It is just like that only. This is a diagram which I was showing you right now. It is like getting that sunlight, entrap it, and use it as an insulator. Same when we using our windows and all that these days. So triple pane complexes, because there's a vacuum is created in between, and that it is like the insulation. Celestries windows. This is like when I'm looking at something, my vision goes to some vertically. If I look, whatever where I'm looking above that is called celestry. It is like giving you more sunlight, and it is going to have a better for the fresh air also. You'll get it from that only. In previous buildings, or you could see in houses also, we used to have a lot of ventilators. That concept is going over. Now, that is why this used to be provided. Now, it is like, if you see ISB also, Indian School of Business, their focus was on celestry windows. Their main building, they don't use the light during their day operation. Maximum is they use the sunlight. Their windows are such aligned according to the sun direction that they don't need to switch on their lights. So this is like a very good concept. You should how to orient your building, and how to make an angle at such an angle where you get the maximum sunlight in your window. So then it's about the landscaping. I already told you to use a regional whatever plants you get, or vegetation, or what kind of, and like I discussed about the overhangs. Those overhangs or your entrances or your back area, you could cover with a lot of landscape, green belts, or it could be a terrace garden also. So such ways you are coming near and near to the nature. You could see a lot of concrete jungle all around us, lot of buildings. So when you see the green, that really decimate the effect of that. Natural light I've already discussed with you. Is naturally is that kind of windows provided you, and sometimes you leave some kind of open space in between the building, or some place a glass somewhere, so that light can reach that farthest corner of the building also. This is a vapor barrier. This is created just like a advanced stage. Now, I was talking about the rudimentary concepts previously about the mud houses, straws, and this and that. Now, I have switched on to something more latest or technical these days that keeps on changing. But the basic concept is the same. It is providing a membrane or keeping your outer walls of the house in such a way that they are not prone to the outside heat, or they are not able to exchange. That barrier is not there. Same lumber I was talking about. Then I was talking about one very interesting thing was about the air pollution. You might be very like it's the right time to discuss this very thing, because when we used to be children, we don't see ACs in our houses. We were just having basic fans, or you can say that coolers were there. And naturally, there was a revolution. Then air conditioners come into the place. Then we could see that buildings getting air HVAC, heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems. So now is the time when you have to go for air filters also. It will become a necessity, or you could say it is very paramount to use it, because I was talking about that particulate matter, PM 2.5 or something like that, that is still in the air, and that has not been noticed. A lot of people are having a lot of diseases, cancers, or all those things, and those things are because you are inhaling bad air. You are Some people are prone to like pollen when they're advised not to go outside, so they may have a stroke or something like that. So sometimes some places you do need air free of all the particulate matter. So this is the only solution we have. Some companies are venturing into it. They are providing it for your cars also. This technology is still there, and Honeywell. Honeywell is one of the company which is like coming up well, and engineers or designers need to look into this matter, and it's a high time when they should adopt such things. So I was talking about green thing means whatever, like these are living machines, greens, because they're producing a lot of oxygen all around and making your places lovable, green. So main focus should be on to how to put green in your house, in what way, whatever way you can. It depends. A building is a house, is an institution, is a school, is a hospital. It could be anything. Now, I was talking in the very start that I want to put a one slide that is for basically all engineers, architects, professional guys, peoples. It is not only for engineers, it is for everybody. These are basically the four things which should be in the mind of an engineer, a professional guy, to understand it and adopt it thoroughly and repeat it again and again to himself, that what I am doing is right. Am I justified? Am I doing the right thing? Fundamental canals, safety, health, and welfare of the public. That should be the focus in your mind whenever you're doing any job, any, whether it is like building a railway track or a substation or doing anything. Safety, health, welfare, it should be the only focus of your mind, back of it, and perform only that surface in which you are competent. Wherever you feel that I don't have the competency, please don't do it. Say, I'm not sorry, I cannot do this. Please put me on the other job for what I am competent. It is in the interest of your project, it is in the interest of the society, because you should not make the mistake that tomorrow that bridge goes down, killing so many people. Earthquake resistant building, if monitored by a person who is not, so he was a designer, but he was not a guy who was well versed in the execution area. So he could not notice all those reinforcements done in such a way that tomorrow that building went down. issue public statements, like we are in the habit of see putting a lot of mental blocks in our minds, like if I'm doing something that I should raise it or I should be objectionable. Do raise such comments, do rate social media and all those things, put things, but they should be objective. They should serve some objective. Whatever you say, whatever you put, whatever you are trying to say, whatever you are trying to focus your mind on bringing somebody to some, it should be objective and truthful manner. Say honest thing, whatever it be. You have to say something to anybody, to any, you should say whatever you feel like, but it should have an objective. Avoid deceptive acts as a solicitation of professional employment. So this is very, very important. Is they are basic parameters, but they are very helpful for your basic profession and your way of life and your presenting yourself. No, they seem to be very strict, I think, but they are like this. We can't help it out. They're like this because if you stick to these things, naturally one day you're going to benefit out of it in a big way. So I was talking about the renewable concept and all green building guidelines, why they are important, and optimization, why we need to optimize all things our basic construction. First is the comfort. Second is that bring bragging on how smart you are, because you can say like, I am very up to date, I know what is to be done, I know how earth can be saved, how I can put my expertise into it, what all. See, as a basic human being, we are getting out so many things from the mother earth, but we are not giving in any way. So it's the right way to do it. Neat gizmos, neatness is there, more money in your pocket, you're going to save your money, save humanity. So planet will be here long after we are gone. Even if we are not here, the planet is going to be there. So how that planet is going to look like, our generations can only tell. But we can only do an effort which should be required. These all things seems to be very rudimentary and very basic, but when you start adopting them, there are a lot of complications into it. There are a lot of challenges you could face. There are a lot of impulsive people who will say, no, 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 I don't want to use such kind of mud houses. How can I stay in a mud house? This and that. So there are things which you start doing it, then you'll realize the benefits of it later on. And as a conclusion, sir, thanks a lot for giving me this patience here. Right. Thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Huh? Okay, Maharaja Agarsen University. Now, I think if you have any question. Yes, next. Okay, we can go to next. IEC Baddi.
No, IC Baddi. Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I am from IC with the university.
Yes. Welcome.
Sir, my question is today we use concrete for construction which increases percentage of carbon when we manufacture cement. In ancient days, only soil is used for construction and it has seen that no percentage of carbon increase. Then why in present days we cannot use soil as construction material?
Gentlemen, if you're talking about carbon content, so that is not right. If you are using soil, it's not going to raise the carbon. Basically, I want to say that because if you see, I'm talking about adopting the hello. I'm adopting the natural material which is not which can be recycled also, and it is basic earth which I'm talking about. So, if you really like to tell me that how it will raise the carbon content, would you please define it little elaborately? Uh, how would you measure it? What is the index, measuring index for stating that that carbon content will be more, and how is it damaged by ecological? Hello,
Hello, sir.
can you hear me, please? So what I'm asking you is, ki, if I'm using basic earth or mud, so how is it going to raise the carbon? And what is the parameters against which I'm going to violate it? I should be able to understand that also. No? We are ready to take that question of yours, provided we understand that it is going against that environment in any way. And what are the basic parameters which I am violating? Hello, sir.
Present days, sir, we only use concrete as construction material. In concrete, we use cement which increases percentage of carbon. In ancient days, we use only soil for manufacturing of any build or construction.
Yeah. So what you need that in the present day when we are using concrete as a building material, so it is causing lot of emission of carbon content into the our climate. And when we are talking about the old traditional construction materials like your mud or other machine, that is they are not adding that much carbon content into the climate. So that is what basically you wanted. That your question is this only. You this is a,
Hello,
yeah,
sir.
like in mud as a construction material or traditional material as a construction material, we are not putting so much of carbon content as compared to your when we are using the concrete as a material, because during manufacturing of cement, lot of carbon dioxide is being generated and thrown into the atmosphere, which is again causing the greenhouse gases. But this is not the case with the traditional materials. Traditional materials are basically not manufactured in that way where we are generating carbon dioxide and throwing into the atmosphere. So that difference is there.
Sir, but it has seen that in ancient days, the percentage of carbon is very low when only soil is used for construction material. Then in present days, why we cannot use soil for construction material? That
Yeah. Okay. Because that is okay. What you are trying to say is when you are doing this in the present day, because you see that our land area is getting shrink. No, we are having not that much available with us. Population is more. We need to cater a lot of people to provide them the housing facilities, and this where we require more strengths and other parameters are there. So, but with mud and traditional materials, they may not be achievable. So that is why we are using concrete because it is giving you very high strength and all that. So, but at the same time, we are looking into some alternative things into the concrete also, because when we are talking about this appropriate, or you can say this housing using some prefab technologies, there we are definitely thinking of replacing cement as a binder in the concrete. Also, there are some alternatives available. You may be knowing this when we are taking this I think high volume fly ash concrete, or you can say rice ash and this fly ash based cement. So from that point of view, yes, we are working in that direction. But traditional materials where we can use, they are always better, like mud and all that.
And that's why actually we are limited very high of people. We need that kind of affordable thing. And you said anything?
नहीं थोड़ा ऑन है ऑन है वो बोल सकते सर आवाज नहीं है हेलो सर
Yes, please.
Sir, my second question is, can we make any man-made machine which absorb carbon dioxide as same as that of tree?
Can we?
But
Can we make any man-made machine which can absorb carbon dioxide as same as that of tree?
Okay, you are talking about capturing the carbon dioxide. Yes, yes. There are ways you can store it underground also. Right, you can carry your store it under your sea also. There are things basically which we call the carbon capturing and carbon sequestration. So from that point of view, yes, the technologies and techniques are available where you can capture the carbon dioxide.
yes,
Thank you, sir.
okay. Next. Yeah,
Yeah.
please. Live phone. That was I was talking about. No,
मम्मी ये बाकी लोग ये नीचे लाइव दिखा रहे हैं कॉलेज आपका अपना कॉलेज भी लास्ट में देखना है
Yes. Next. Government Engineering College, Bikaner. Yes, sir. Any question? Or you want to add something, but from your knowledge or from your expertise? Government Engineering College, Bikaner. Are we audible?
Hello.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Are you having any question or any discussion point? Okay, we can go to some other next. Maulana University.
No, thanks. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we conclude this session here only. Anybody else wants to, unless in the studio here. Otherwise, we break for tea and reassemble here after half an hour, or say about 11:15. Right.
Before that, I want to know the studio crowd, what all you people are doing and what all we are here for. For civil engineering. Okay. Okay. So today I will be talking about glass, which is a green building material. So why it is green and what all we can do, that we will be discussing. Before that, I want to say something about myself or my company. So the company is Art and Glass. My brother started this, and we are nearly 32-year-old in glass business. It's a nationwide. It is very renowned company. Every type of architectural glass, which you see, other glass, we do all. We also do decorative glass. We do automotive glass, bullet resistant glass, and a lot of things like glass furniture and other things. We do export a lot of material based on glass. And we have our facility near Chandigarh. It is a Kala Amb in Himachal. It's one of the biggest facility where we do everything. And I don't know if you understand architecture glass, 3 tempering line, 2 laminating line, insulating line. It's a big facility. Apart from glass, we also do facade, curtain glazing, doors and windows in aluminium as well as UPVC. So in UPVC, we have a company called Green Fenestration Technologies, and for aluminium work, we have an Access Solution. Why glass is important in a building? For following reasons. One is, you see everywhere. Whenever you see a modern building, you see glass everywhere. Huge windows, big facade, everything you see in glass. Why it is like that? Because it's a. Okay, fine. Is it necessary? Okay, fine. So when we see, it offers you a lot of light inside a building. Right now we are using a lot of artificial light, but if we are using all these windows, we may not require these lights. Especially nature of glass, we can control privacy. If somebody is trying to peep inside this building, without losing on light, we can frost with the diffuse light without any issue of privacy. We can receive light. It's an excellent green building material. Technical functions, it controls heat, it controls sound, it controls so many things. We'll be discussing as we move in this lecture. It's a very old material, nearly 2000-year-old. This was detected around the volcanic ashes. As you know, glass is sand, silica sand, soda ash, all those things mixed together and heated nearly 3000-degree temperature. So that sand becomes into a clear glass. When we see olden time, we see glass beads, whether it is a Harappa civilization or Indus Valley or Incas or Mesopotamia, they all have a glass presence in those periods in shape of either jewelry, beads, or somewhere as an artifact. At the same time, it is very modern product. Every day, the newest building have a new glass. There's a regularly technology is upgrading, and I feel if we compare all building material like cement, iron, other things, glass is the most which is rapidly changing. Every month or every year we have some innovation, some new things in glass. And glass is a material with just small amount of glass use, we can change the whole architecture, aesthetics of a whole building. What all function it does. When we talk about green building material, we want to save on energy. We don't want to destroy nature. We want to uh, enjoy nature, well-being, good comfort, everything. I feel glass is a thing which can offer you. We will talk about all these things as we progress in the lecture. Recyclability. All other materials have some kind of a waste before they are recycled. But glass is a material which is 100% recyclable, and at every stage. When I make a sheet glass from a raw material, I use 20% old glass, we call it a cullets, old glass into a new glass. And those sheet glass, when they go bad, when after they are broken, then also somebody makes chudi, somebody makes normal glass object. So every level of its life, it is recycled. Energy efficiency. Everything is revolve around saving on energy. In Punjab, we have a lot of energy deficiency, Haryana as well. So we are always looking for ways and means to reduce our energy consumption. Glass, as I said, by permitting the light inside the room, by controlling heat, by controlling sound, it is controlling a lot of energy. Daylighting, during daytime, there's no need to have a light for illumination, no need for electricity for studying or everything if we use glass. And with the efficient use of various type of glass, we can even control noise. We will be discussing later. Can somebody read this for me? Yeah. Lucency, translucency. Okay. At any stage of my talk, if you find anything which you want some information or elaboration, please stop me then and there. Otherwise, I have structured this lesson in a fashion. By end of the discussion, we will be discussing all those points which I have enumerated. So I move ahead on the next slide. Sir, I'll request you to read it again. Yeah, so at any stage, if you want me to explain those things, please stop me there. Otherwise, we will go ahead. Because I'm generally talk about architecture glass, and if as an academic interest you have, then covering. Okay, what is happening nowadays? When you have a building, it is treated as a living building. So we are talking about nowadays double layered facade. So there's a one layer inside the building, and to control solar radiation and sunlight, we also have another layer outside the existing building facade, which is also controlling the extremity of heat. In those kind of a situation, sometimes the inner facade we plan in such a fashion that air is injected into, I said double layered facade. So between these two layers, air is injected into that whole chamber around the building, and through inner layer, we control the inlet of air in the whole building. So it is for a ventilation. Generally, this comes into HVAC, air conditioning and ventilation, but it is done by keeping opening in the window, opening in the facade to control the air. I hope I'll be able to give you some input. As I said, double layered facade means there's a one envelope around the building. What is your background? Education background, architecture. So I'm sure, ma'am, you understand the double layered facade. No. Okay. We cover the same thing later on. Okay. End of the lecture. Please, you should remind me. Okay. So we move ahead on this. These are the basic type of glasses which we use in architectural work. So first one is float glass. Anybody has any idea about these? Can anybody put some more light on these? Okay. So earlier, as I said, how glass is made, sand, silica sand, or other component we are mixing together and heating up to nearly 3000 degree temperature. At that moment, that sand becomes a clear molten glass. If that clear molten glass, if we have to make into sheet, earlier we used to have the slide, please. Rolled glass. Can we have a slide? Earlier we used to have those rolled glass. That molten glass is pressed between two rollers and it is making into a sheet form. But what used to happen, because of the roller which are pressing that molten lava kind of a thing, we are having a waviness in the glass. And because of that waviness, if we are using that glass for mirror purpose, we used to see waviness in our mirror olden time. Aaj bhi, if you go to Sukhna Lake, in the third phase, you see there are some glasses kept. If you stand in front of it, a long elongated neck. So those are the distortion deliberately created in glass for having a effect. But earlier, in olden mirror, if you just move up and down or left and right, you will see some distortion which will distort your image which you're seeing. So this was a big problem. Then around 50 years back in Europe, they started using float glass. What is float glass? Tin is a metal at room temperature, but at high temperature, tin is liquid. So whatever that molten glass we are making in furnace, we are spreading it on liquid tin. And on one side where you have a furnace where temperature is nearly 300 degree temperature, we are spreading it and gradually it is moving away from furnace and cooling down. And it is converting into a sheet. So whenever we are making glass sheets floating on liquid tin, that glass is called as float glass. 95% glass is nowadays float glass. Because there's no roller, it is floating on a liquid, so there is no distortion, it's a flat sheet. So whenever you see float glass, it means it's a glass which is without any distortion. It is made on a liquid tin bath. We call it a tin bath. It's a huge bath. Third is figured glass. In olden time, bathroom windows or commonly home windows as well, we used to have some texture or pattern, some figure. In a class 3 cities or a smaller cities, it is still being used in bathroom windows. There are some pattern, kahin pe checks hai, kahin pe floral hai, so that is called a figured glass. Next is tinted glass. What happens when we receive a very strong sunlight? What we do? We put on a tinted sunglasses just to avoid that glare. So tinted glasses is by adding some tint. Tint mean color, like gray, brown, green, to reduce the exposure of sunlight from exterior to interior. But when we are doing that, we are also cutting light. If we put a dark brown or dark gray glasses all around this building, it will be difficult to study. We need to have artificial lighting for reading. So this we will discuss in detail later on. Next is coated glass. In tinted, when we are adding some color, we are reducing the heat, but we are also reducing light for visibility. But in coated glass, there are various type of coatings, metal oxide coating, which are designed in a fashion that whenever we are using coating on glass, it is cutting heat to nearly 70%, but light nearly 20-30%, not more than that. So coated glass are those glasses which gives us best of both things. It doesn't heat up the room and it still gives enough light for reading and other purpose. If you're from architectural background, we can discuss this thing later or in detail right now, or otherwise we will touch upon in a just like this. Next is extra clear glass. If you have seen glass from a close quarter with some eye for detail, you see glass generally has a greenish tinge. अगर आप edge से देखेंगे उसको, so slightly you will have a greenish tinge. What happens when you clean the raw material? At certain level you can clean without raising much cost, but then iron impurities is present in that raw material, which gives a slightly greenish tinge. If we have to reduce or remove that greenish tinge, then we have to refine the raw material to such a great extent, which increases the cost to manifold. But still there's a requirement of clear glass, or for that matter extra clear glass. So that refined glass is called as extra clear glass. A normal glass which we see everywhere, it is 3 to 4 times costlier than the extra clear glass is 4 times costlier than the normal glass. And in mirror, 100% glass is used is extra clear glass. The industry which I represent is called glass processing industry, and based on that type of glasses is illuminated on the view foil. So first is tempered glass. Now I want somebody to answer me what exactly is tempered glass. What idea you have about tempered glass? Okay. Can we have some other institute which is online with us to answer this? Tempered glass. This is the easiest question in my class. Can anybody answer? Are you listening? Mulana, can you answer me? What is tempered glass?
It's on smartphone.
Say again.
Using smartphone.
I'm really sorry, I could not hear you properly. I'll request if you can repeat that again.
Sir, this is used on smartphones.
Okay. Uh, uh, you are right, and but that is not what we do in the sense we're talking about architectural glass and what you see as a protection to your smartphone screen. I'm not. It is the same thing, but not exactly the same thing. So I want to tell you three things about the tempered glass. Please note it down. It increases the strength of glass by 3 to 5 times. If any normal glass, which we call it annealed glass, or in Hindi we call it कच्चा glass, अगर हम उसके ऊपर, if we pour a hot water, what will happen? It will crack. So, but in tempered glass, by tempering process, first thing is it increases the strength 3 to 5 times. After tempering, glass can withstand temperature between 200 to 300 degree. And third is when it breaks into very small pieces. You must have seen along with the wherever you see a road accident, those small particles. So those glasses are tempered glass. I repeat again, they are 3 to 5 times stronger than annealed glass. They can withstand between 200 degree to 300 degree temperature. That is why we use them in microwave oven, conventional oven, anywhere where we are playing with temperature. And third is safety feature, because if annealed glass is broken and falls on somebody, you can get a deep cut, deep uh, scratch. But tempered glass will break into very small pieces, and that will not seriously damage anybody. Yes, ma'am. This is a toughened glass is another term for the same thing. And now I'll show you. So left side can we have a slide? On right side is annealed glass. वो इतने बड़े बड़े टुकड़ों में टूटेगा. In Hindi film, heroine generally uses those glasses to protect her honor by killing the villain. Glass तोड़ा और उसका टुकड़ा उठाया, it becomes like a knife and she does the job. But when you have a tempered glass, it is very safe. Nowadays, we are using glass all over the building. If a small pieces of glass, annealed glass, falls from a 20-story, by the time it reaches, because of velocity, it becomes a lethal. But tempered glass particles, they will be somewhere around 5 to 7 mm thick or wide. They are much safer. Maximum you can get a slight bruise, nothing more than that. Next, we are talking about heat strengthening. The process is same, machines are same. There's a slight variation. When we do heat strengthen, the increase in strength is only 2 to 3 times, not more than that. And in tempered glass, we were having particle size of approximately 5 mm or 6 mm. But here, the particle size will be nearly 5 inches, 6 inches, slightly more, slightly less. So on right side, you see a breaking pattern of the tempered glass, and on left side, you see of a heat strengthened glass. Now the question is why we do heat strengthening. We will talk about a laminated glass and then we'll answer this question. I'll request somebody to keep note of this question, why we do heat strengthening. Next is laminated glass. In this, between two glasses, we put a interlayer of polyvinyl butyryl. All windshields of automotive vehicles are laminated glass. I'm sure boys must be knowing. So what is the difference between what advantage we derive when we use laminated windshield? Okay, correct? Then what? Why we do that? Yes, yes, correct. Because the moment a tempered glass or a toughened glass breaks, it will just fall. Nothing will remain in that frame or in the window or in the beading of the car. But laminated glass will remain in its position. It may break, but it will remain in its position so that the wind velocity will not close your eyes. Those small particles will not hurt your eyes and a face. So, and generally, automotive, it is annealed glass, but in household, especially for railings, for a glass of skylight where we walk, or wherever we want protection, we use laminated glass. So this glass is also called as security glass. As I was discussing earlier, why we do heat strengthening. If we laminate two glasses of tempered, both will shatter into fine particles and they will be like a blanket or a quilt. The moment you push it with leg or something, both the layer will fall off because they have shattered. It will like a blanket. But if you have heat strengthened, then those bigger particles will hold two glasses together. On one side, particle may be different design, other side particle of different design. So though they are broken, but still they are held together by a film, and because of their structure, it will not fall, it will hold. I hope I'm able to convince something. Fine. And because if we are using annealed glass, then strength is not much, but we are heat strengthening it. So strength is how much? 2 to 3 times. Okay. Another general question is, then why don't we do automotive glass also in heat strengthen? When we are driving, we want a more clarity. We don't want any distortion. Though every glass is float glass, but during toughening process or tempering process or a heat strengthening process, glass goes through a process in which at approximately 750-degree temperature, it moves over the rollers, ceramic rollers. So however efficient your machine is, still there are some waviness. And automotive glass, if we have some waviness or some distortion, it will increase the discomfort of the driver. Long distance में उसको कुछ distortion दिखाई पड़ेगा. That's why in automotive we keep annealed glass or a kacha glass in laminated form for making windshield, whereas in household applications for railing glass, for skywalks, for skylight canopies, we keep heat strengthened laminated glass. I will repeat again, if we keep both the panes as a toughened, then the moment they are broken, it will fall off like a curtain. Next is insulated glass. Glass is a material which is transparent. Whatever radiation it is receiving from cosmic, from sun or from anywhere, they are directly transmitted inside. Along with the light, we receive heat as well. India is a tropical country. During summer months, extreme heat. North India, plain of Punjab, something about 46, 47. And during winter period, night temperature, I have heard that Amritsar has gone down to nearly 1 degree or 0 degree. So there's a vast band of temperature which we want to control for comfortable living. So the heat insulation or an insulated glass does the same job. In this, we have a two panes of glass. One is exterior, another is interior glass. In between, we have a spacer of aluminium. If you drive a car during winter, and if you're not switched on your AC, you have a foggy inside because of the condensation of air inside. So if something should not happen like this, so we have put a desiccant in between the spacer. Anybody who does not know about desiccant? Desiccant is like silica gel which absorbs the moisture. So if inside of a house is air conditioned and at a low temperature, outside high temperature, whatever moisture we have it inside, it will get condensed and it will act as a fog. The fog which is inside clean with the cloth or paper. But if fog is between these two glasses, then it becomes difficult. So the desiccant inside will absorb the complete moisture and glass will remain. So we have a desiccant inside. This glass, which is insulated glass, is also called as IG units, insulated glass units or double glaze unit. Very common term is DGU. आर्किटेक्चर में मैम आपने सुना होगा DGU ग्लास लगाते हैं. It's a double glaze unit. So the two panes of glass, double glazed. And in India also we have making for quite some time these triple glaze unit. On right side you're seeing a triple glaze unit which has a 3 layers of glass. The purpose is to have a better thermal efficiency. As we are stopping it heat, because of the putting a number of layers for transfer, heat transfer, it also reduces the sound. Generally, right now I'm talking, if I keep quiet, it's a studio, still it will have somewhere around 10-15 decibel sound. The hustle or a fan operating or something. So commonly in a house, if we want to have a very comfortable discussion or entertainment, the existing sound, if we switch off everything, that sound is somewhere around 35 decibel. So whenever we have to control sound, we want to bring it to somewhere around 35 to 40 dB. And if we are using double glazed glass and sound is normal sound like students or people walking, talking, slight music, we can always control it. But if its sound is of like a train sound or a DJ sound or an airplane sound, then we have to calculate the sound. We have to design the glass and windows separately. But major culprit is building design. If building is designed in such a fashion that sound can travel from balcony or from corridor or veranda or anywhere, then by controlling from the glass will not be sufficient. A word of caution here, we can very easily control high frequency sound, but controlling low frequency sound is difficult. Can somebody tell me what is high frequency and low frequency sound? Music का subject है, okay? Music भी नहीं जानते. When you go to a DJ or a disco or a sound party, the sound which you hear is high frequency and mid frequency, and sound which you feel, the bass, is low frequency sound. So the dhardhadahat of train and that low frequency noise is very difficult to stop, because it is being transferred through wall, through so many places we are not able to control. Whereas high frequency sound, it will come through a direct medium, we can control by doors and windows and a glass. Another topic which I want to share with you, heat soaked. What happens nowadays when we are having a very high rise building? 20 floor is very common. In Mumbai, it is much higher than that. At any stage, if a glass is broken without any reason, replacing the glass is much more expensive than actually the cost of the glass. In a small building, you create a scaffolding, reach that height, remove the old broken glass, put a new glass. But in a high-rise building, you need to have a gondolas or so much arrangement, which is so expensive. So more than glass cost, you spend on installation cost. And glass is a material which are known for spontaneous breakage. Nobody knows कि ये टूटा क्यों. Has somebody has any idea? He has heard somewhere or something like this. This spontaneous breakage is because of certain parameters which are not controlled by anybody, is called nickel sulfide inclusion. Sometimes glass just breaks without any rhyme or reason because of the presence of nickel sulfide in the chemical composition. It does not matter whether glass has received an impact or a temperature or something. Suddenly, on an average, is 30% glass can break because of nickel sulfide. The solution is called as heat soak test. Any tempered glass, if it is kept somewhere around 280 degree for 4 to 5 hours, if there's a nickel sulfide present in that glass, it will break in the furnace only. So nowadays, most of the high-rise building have started getting it heat soak tested. Fire rated. Fire rated glasses, whenever you are into a building which is commercial, and to prevent loss, especially human life and material loss, we separate the area of the building. Any building staircase will always be closed, having an enclosed. You must have seen the panic doors. There's a one bar on a door. If you press it, whether it is locked or unlocked, it will open. So all those doors are called fire rated doors. If building gets caught in a fire, one area wherever you have fire rated, it will restrict the temperature. So from other areas, people can evacuate. So fire rated doors are designed in such a fashion that they can withstand fire up to 1 hour, 30 minutes, 2 hours, so that by the time the fire spreads to other area, people can evacuate. So 2 hours, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 1.5 hours. Another is burglary resistant glass. Normally in earlier times and presently also, what we do, we put grills, railings to protect somebody entering our house. But that increases the cost, and that also changes the aesthetics of the building. Sometimes architects don't like that. Homeowners also don't like. If they have a very nice view, they don't want a grill in between. So burglary proof glasses are those laminated glasses which have a various layers to prevent person to get inside. The normal laminated glass, which have a 2 panes of glass and 1 interlayer, it will prevent intruder. In a grill kind of a scenario, person can break some part of grill with hammer or something and still make an opening in which a child or somebody can enter inside. But laminated glass, after it is totally broken, still person cannot enter, because that layer, as you see in automotive glass, will hold the glass together. If you cut that glass and layer with the sharp edge, the moment you pull it out, the knife or anything, that it's a rubberized layer, it will go back to the same position. And then if you put up your hand in that layer, and if you try to pull it back, you will get a very deep laceration because those glass particles are there. So glass will break, but person cannot get inside. And it is just not expensive. Earlier, whatever amount you used to put in the grill cost, same cost or slightly more, if you put in glass, you can get a laminated glass which will prevent burglar to get inside. But if you visualize that you need a bigger thread, so we can increase the thickness of the glass, we can increase the thickness of the layer, and there are so many parameters. By changing those, we can achieve the desired effect. Normal is bullet resistant glass. Bullet resistant glass is also a laminated glass, but we have a more layers in between. And those layers are based on what type of threat we visualize and how much strength or how much time we need. So threat means a fire of pistol or fire of rifle or fire of bigger cannon or bigger weapon. So based on those threats, it's a classified as threat level 1, threat level 2, threat level 3. So we keep on increasing the various layers of the glass, and there are other combination like PU, PC, PVB, glass. The sample which is shown on the view foil is a sample of a failed glass. Though bullet have been trapped, but the leads are showing on the other glass, so it is a failed glass sample, just to highlight this thing. Otherwise, a bulletproof glass may have a slight bump, but you can't see those bullets, they will be trapped inside. And wherever we are using it, every modern cash van, they have a bulletproof glass. Every wherever a senior or national level politicians, especially during Republic Day or a 15th of August, they stand behind a glass enclosure. Those are bullet resistant glass. Almost all chief ministers of the state, their houses, they have a lot of areas which are bullet resistant. Our company has supplied to a lot of them. Bend and curved glass. Nowadays, glass has become a material for railings. So if we are having some railing which is bending, we can bend the glass and put it in the railing. We can also bend glass for a furniture or for a design object. Ceramic printing glass. Normal, whenever you have a printing or a painting, if it is exposed to prolonged sunlight, it fades. Any color, if it is exposed to sunlight, it fades. So ceramic printing is a technology which is by natural minerals which have their natural color. Whether you expose to sunlight or acid or water, they will never fade. Those colors in glass parlance are called as ceramic frits, and a printing technology is called as ceramic printing. And we have two ways to do it. One is screen printing. Anybody knows how screen printing is done? We have a very fine mesh screen. If a normal screen which is not treated, उसके ऊपर पेंट डाल के अगर हम ऐसे स्प्रे करें और पुश करें, then paint will pass on that thing. So in screen printing, we make some design. Firstly, we treat the chemical, so the whole screen become opaque, or it does not allow anything to pass through. Then whatever design we want, through a photo process, we expose that screen, and after that, whatever design you have, you put the paint and press it. As per the design made on the screen, paint will transfer through the screen on the glass. You can do a single color, you can do double color screen printing by making many screens. Another technique nowadays is of digital printing. So it's like an inkjet printer, but in place of dye-based ink, it is printing with ceramic ink. And with those printers, we can even make photos. In this building, it is somewhere in Europe. By painting various glasses, mosaic technique, the whole image is being created in a hospital. It's a hospital somewhere in a Europe, Scandinavian country. Now we talk about our decorative glass. These are commonly used techniques. Etching. Etching is by making some design and pattern on glass by etching it either through sand or some abrasive material. So we have created a pattern on the glass by cutting something vinyl. We firstly we paste a sticker kind of a thing, a vinyl all over it, and then we make this design. Generally, it is done by computers, and wherever we want frosting, we remove that vinyl, we remove that plastic, and then a jet of sand is blasted on that glass. So wherever you don't have a plastic, it becomes frosted like this, and wherever you have a plastic, it remains like a clear glass. This technique is called as etching. Next is frosted. The technique is same, but you frost a whole glass in a single variety, generally used for bathrooms, for a privacy, and it gives you sufficient light. Next is engraving. Making a design on the glass by so many techniques by engraving. Okay. Whatever images I am showing, it is of laser engraving. Next is grooving. It is also a similar technique with mechanical wheels design on the glass by cutting it in a V shape. So it is called V grooving. On right side, you see a door. So those lines have been made on that door by a computer. And this is a V grooving technique for decorating a glass. Stained glass. Anybody has any idea about stained glass? Anybody has visited or seen an old church and chapels in Goa or a Kerala or something like this? So on skylight, they create a life of Christ or something by cutting small pieces and joining them together and fixing along with this. So in this, you see various colors, and the dark black line is every piece is separate. Then along with that line, we cover the glass with copper foil, and after that copper foil, we solder it using normal electronic solder. Because of small pieces, the solder, it's a very fragile glass. If you push it hard, each piece can break. But to provide strength, we put up another toughened glass, clear toughened glass sheet along with it to provide strength. This is a very old technique. It is also called as Tiffany stained glass. And presently, also it is being used world over, especially hotels, houses, and religious places. Airbrushing. Airbrushing is by, it's like a painting on that screen. So airbrush is a small spray gun. Through that you can even make a line, and we use it very commonly for painting the glass. Few other decorative glasses. Clean form. In this, we make design on a ceramic blanket, and then we place glass over it and fire that glass till 1200-degree temperature. It takes the shape of whatever blanket or a material was inside. It's also a decorative technique. Next is stack. Stack is by cutting small pieces and stacking on one over another. We can make furniture, we can make partition, very strong, very heavy. Pillars, they're also a decorative glass. It's a common open partition kind of a thing. Generally, people do in drawing and dining. On both end of this pillar, you put up a light. So during evening time, if you switch them on, they get illuminated because they have a bubbles and a color particle inside. Mirrors. Our company also makes mirror and export to Australia, UK, USA, and France. And all those designs on the edges, we do as per the customer's requirement. They come and give us a design and we make and export it as per that. Before that, there was a called lacquered glass. If you visit Elante Mall, all washrooms are or common areas also lined with the lacquered glass. Lacquered glass are colored annealed glass. Why they are using in bathroom and area? Because glass is a totally inert material. If you clean it nicely, no bacteria, virus can hide in between. All other materials, paint or a cement or everything, they can trap bacteria, virus. So it is very hygienic. That's why Elante, for a nice cleaning and better aesthetics, they have used a lacquer glass to cover complete area. They have done it in washroom, but it is being used in corporate office along with a lot of decorations. We also make glass furniture, and our export range has a wooden furniture which we cover all around with the mirror and export. We also make glass bowls and wash basins. So glass is an excellent material. It's a green material, as I discussed. We can use it in windows with grills and without grills. We can use it everywhere. Skylight, we want to illuminate. It's a fantastic material for that. So if you want any other information about the glass, I'm here to answer that. No. The industry which is ours is called glass processing. Glass is made by big companies like Saint-Gobain, Modi, Asai, and they make sheet glass. Whereas glass fiber or a fiberglass is a company in molten form. Glass is pushed through very fine meshes, and then it is cooled down. So those fibers are generated. Purpose is insulation. We don't make that thing. They may be making it, yes. But I deal in their architectural glass. Okay. Or glass wool is used for basically insulation. In one of a slide, I had written electromagnetic dampening. So thick layer of glass can also dampen the electromagnetic radiation, whether you're having a electronic room or you want to protect it from the cosmic radiation. Any other question? Okay, okay. So I have a time and I'll become a lecturer now. So tell me how heat is transferred from one medium to another medium. Then we'll come to that thing. Yes, I want somebody to raise hand, and then when I will nominate, then only answer. Yes. एक बताएंगे आप. No. My question is how heat is transferred from one medium to another medium, or from one side to other side. Who will answer? Glass भूल जाए. It's a normal. I said एक बताएं आप. You said conduction. Okay. There are two more. No. ऐसे नहीं. And what is third one? मुझे अभी पता सुना नहीं मैंने. Those two I have not heard. Somebody raise a hand and then answer it. One is conduction. Yes. Okay. Radiation. One more. Okay. Abhi, can you tell me the medium through which they are transferred? So conduction is done in solids, convection in gaseous as well as liquid, and radiation without any medium. Okay. So when we are, can we have a view file slide? When we are stopping heat from entering outside to our home inside, we have to cut these three mediums. So when we two separate it, then we are stopping the conduction because the mediums are not there. So those mediums are not there.
Yes.
The spacer is for creating an air gap, but in that gap there is an air. But my screen, I only receive a slide. Okay. Okay, fine. So you see one pane here and another pane here with a spacer. So let's take it a 12 mm spacer. So whatever heat this glass is receiving on from a sun side, because of this gap space, it is not being transferred to second pane. Only place where it is connected is we have an aluminum spacer here. The surface of aluminum spacer is so less that this much transfer becomes insignificant. And in this, if you see wherever it is written butyl, butyl is rubber. So that is used for connecting or putting the spacer and a glass together. So on both sides of the spacer is butyl. Still, we have an aluminum, which is a good conductor of heat. Still, we have insulated it by having a layer of butyl on both the sides. So by having this kind of arrangement in double glaze unit, we are reducing the conduction. Clear? I will go to coated by explaining everything. Okay. So as we said, the three things to control. Now we have controlled the conduction. And in this center part, if you see the view foil, there's an air gap in between, and that air can act as a medium of convection. In double glaze unit, if we want to increase the efficiency, then we put argon gas inside. Argon is an inert gas with very low thermal conductivity. So we are here using argon gas, reducing the convection. Clear? Now third part is radiation. So what happens in a coated glass? Nowadays, as I said, there are various coatings of metal oxide. I'll just see. Wait. Right now, I don't have a slide. So what is happening? Another question. How many color in rainbow? 7? Can somebody tell me? Tell me. Louder, please. So on one you have a violet and beyond, and another spectrum, red and infrared. Okay. So in the light spectrum of 7 color, the heat is towards red, orange, and yellow. This is a portion where you have a real heat. So companies have developed coatings which control the spectrum, and they cut oranges, red, and those frequencies. So it is done by applying coating in while making the glass. So the coated glass are also called as low E glass, low emissivity glass. So when they cut red portion or an orange portion along with the yellow portion, they are cutting nearly out of 3 colors. But by cutting those 3 colors which transmit the maximum light, they are cutting heat by 70%. And by allowing other, they are permitting the light also up to the 70%. So in coated glass, by controlling those 3 fundamental ways of heat transmission, we are controlling heat. So coated glass are also called as low E glass. They have a very high thermal efficiency for controlling the heat. I hope I've made clear coated glass. So coated glass, a common example of coated glass is mirror coating, but mirror coating is not a low E glass. Low emissivity glass is those metal oxide coating which are permitting light, maximum light to pass through and minimum heat to transfer. So what coated glass? So the coated glass is also called as low emissivity glass, and in architecture parlance it is called as low E glass. जब high end हम green building संजय जी plan कर रहे हैं this campus to be made as a green, then we will be using a very high efficiency low E glass for this thing. So in those glasses where we are controlling heat, we are controlling only conduction and convection. But the moment we use low E glass, we are controlling radiation as well. I hope I have made some sense. Okay. Any other question? You were asking something. Sorry, I interrupted you because of this heat transfer. Yes. Generally, we keep a toughened glass, and if you have a kids in house, then you should use a laminated glass. And in furniture, if we are using on a wooden, we are pasting glass on wooden, then it is okay because wood is a providing strength. Glass is only for decorative purpose. We can ask other people connected with us for their questions. Because of the sound quality, my request is please speak clearly and louder. Yeah. I am saying Maharaja. Yes.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, because of the desiccant, the moisture gets entrapped in that. So, is there any way, yeah, or the moisture, does that moisture comes out from that again or not?
I really don't know what exactly you're asking, but my question is, it's a sealed unit. Desiccant is filled in a controlled environment where it can work for its efficiency. But it never happens that we have to change the desiccant. I really don't know. I feel that you're asking the same question.
Yeah, definitely. That I got my answer. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon, sir. Hello, sir. Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Hello.
Your question, please.
Hello.
बोलो
Sir, my question is glass is a biodegradable material or non-biodegradable material? If it is non-biodegradable material, then how can we reuse it?
Glass is a non-biodegradable material. By recycling it again and again and again, we can use it. And it does not react with anything. So if you fill it in a landfill, then also it is much safer for your water, much safer for earth. So there's no risk. But you can recycle it any number of times.
If change of climate has any effect on glass, if any effect, then has any preventing measure?
No, a glass does not get affected by weather. It is a totally inert material. If you go back to your chemistry lab, you keep acid also in glass bottles and bases also in glass bottles. So whether you're using an exterior or you're using an interior, it doesn't get deteriorated. It doesn't react with anything. If you're using an exterior and because of something, if you receive acid rains, your other paint or other thing may get damaged. But glass is an inert material. Neither it will degrade nor it will change its property.
But due to change in weather, when weather becomes minus, then some break is developed in glass. How we can prevent it?
No, it doesn't affect. Whenever we are using glass, we either use it in a wood or a aluminium or UPVC. If we are only problem with the glass is if you are using the expansion coefficient of a material is different than the expansion coefficient of glass. Like if you use in a concrete without any protection, without any gasket, without any silicone seal, then because of the expansion and contraction of the concrete, it may put additional pressure on glass and it may break. But otherwise, glass is a totally inert, nothing will happen to it, whether cold temperature or high temperature. The temperature which we use for bending or molding the glass is 1200 degree. And for a making, we use nearly 3000 degree temperature for converting sand into the glass.
So can we construct any building with the glass as whole?
Say again?
Can we construct any building with glass as whole, without concrete, without any brick, without any material?
Your question is really imaginative, but I would love to send you to any Apple stores around the world, not in India. If you search on your website, Apple stores, you will find most of the Apple stores are totally glass. They have a staircase of glass, they have a roof of glass, they have a building of glass. I would invite you to go on your website on the internet and see Apple stores.
Sir, if we construction with glass, sir, maximum percentage of carbon reduced.
Say again?
Sir, if we construct any building with the help of glass in India, we can reduce percentage of carbon maximum, sir.
Yeah, every product or every material for a building has different function. You put steel for structural stability. You use concrete for putting a whole building together. You cannot do, I will make a whole building with steel. You cannot do whole building with cement. Similarly, you can't do whole building with glass. Then privacy issues will come. Okay? जिनके घर शीशे में होते हैं, बत्ती बुझा करके कपड़े बदलते हैं.
Sir, further we use bricks in building when we construct any building with the alpha beam and columns. Further, sir, we use bricks in buildings. Okay, sir, if we use glasses at that time, sir, many of the carbon percentage of brick reduces also.
किसको?
I really not understood whether you are trying to tell me or you're asking something from me.
Sir, my question is, sir, when we construct a building with the alpha beam and columns, whole load transfer beam and columns to the foundation. But further, we use bricks in building. Sir, why at that time we use bricks in building? If we use glass at that time, maybe some percentage of carbon reduces because manufacturing brick involves maximum carbon percentage.
You are right, but you have to see we are in India. Every time when we design building, cost is a big important factor. Glass is an expensive material. It is much more expensive than cement. It is much more expensive than brick. So if you can afford, if you're a Richard Brosnan, you make a glass building. But in India, every commercial building or any household building design is also driven by the cost. So you cannot put everything in glass because it will be very highly expensive building. If you can afford it, just go ahead, I'll help.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Anyone questions? This side.
Sir, my question is, sir, I have saw that in hydroelectric power station, the whole base is constructed with glass, sir. Sir, what considerations and what factors to be assumed while constructing this type of, sir, the base of that hydroelectric power plant where the turbines are getting fixed into it? Sir, please.
Look, firstly, two things.
Yes.
You should ask this question to your civil engineering professors. Secondly, I process glass for doors, windows, facade, curtain walling, those things. But still, if you ask, I want to say because glass is a very heavy and very dense material, that's why they must be using glass for basement or this thing foundation of hydroelectric power. Maybe it can prevent some vibration or something like this, but it is not my subject. I do fenestration work, doors, windows, curtain glazings, those things. If your question is related with that, I'm more empowered to answer than the material which you are using in a foundation. Sorry.
Sir, I was asking about what considerations, how that prepared, sir. Yes, more how you will give it quick treatment or the later treatment or you will make it cold by some time.
Is there any
Yes, sir.
Is there any lecturer or an instructor, professor around you? You are asking a wrong question to wrong guy.
Okay.
You should not question to him. Okay?
We'll
Because
come back to you.
okay?
यूज नहीं कर रहे हो
Yes. Okay. Nowadays, this, as I said, HVAC, you understand? Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. This has become one topic. It is not that you're controlling only through windows ventilation. It's a forced ventilation or a natural ventilation, whatever architect like you have designed as per the customer need and this thing. But everywhere in India, especially, we keep ventilation in bathroom by cutting a exhaust, or we control in modern buildings where we are using double wall facade. There are literally two walls. Purpose is to control weather only. So when we have a outer which is literally impermeable to air, then the second jo innermost glazing hai, that is designed in such a fashion by keeping either some windows open, some automatic windows open to control in ingress of air in the innermost corridor. And by flowing the air in between those two uh, layer of facade, we are also adding insulation like we are adding in a double glaze unit. Okay, but it has to be designed. We are in that chamber which we are making between two facades, we are circulating the air. How you want to put inside, one has to work it out. Generally, it is when it is a facade, it is a glass facade. So by cutting exhaust fan, space for exhaust fan, or by opening some window, maybe automatic or manually, we control the ingress of air in this thing. Not exactly. Force पर नहीं लोग काम कर रहे हैं. If you are keeping a ventilation, when you are planning के air कहाँ से आएगा, then you see what is a wind direction. So from that side, if you're pumping continuous air, and other side naturally flow of air, you're keeping an exit. So it will manage a natural ventilation. Any other question, gentlemen? My pleasure. Abhi, is it off air?
इस बार काफी बड़ी है सारी चीजें, कोई नहीं बैठा शुरू से मॉर्निंग से काफी बड़ा है वो, खेलने की तरह अपने स्टूडेंट की टीचर।
अच्छा क्या
आप अपने बोल रहे हो बोलना,
हेलो
बोल रहे हो
हेलो जा रही है आवाज तो जाकर इसमें रील्स में जा रही है इसमें जा रही है ये तो पता करना चाहिए यार हेलो
ऑन की है वो म्यूट पे नहीं है, जैसे म्यूट में करते हैं
ठीक 2:15 तक है क्या नहीं बजेगा अभी इतना हुआ है तो एक काम करो चल लो ऐसे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है कोई दिक्कत नहीं है चल ले 2:15
वो सब करते हैं
क्या
नाम चेंज करते हैं।
कर रहे हैं क्या करवा लो करवाना नाम चेंज आप ओरिजिनल ओरिजिनल को पता करो चलवाओ ये क्या है सर
ये वो नहीं है स्लाइड पे बता रहे हो म्यूट
नहीं अभी तो लंच ब्रेक
वीडियो दिखा रही है यहाँ पे जो बंदा
बोल रहा है अच्छा वो स्लाइड निकाल दो ना
कितने स्टार हो जाते हैं ये थोड़ा सा फिर दिया दो ही है, ये दो इनके हो गए, ये दो कॉलेज तीसरा खाली बने कोई स्टूडेंट नहीं मिले।
ऊपर करना स्लाइड से इधर इधर स्लाइड सीधे राइट साइड में लेफ्ट साइड में नहीं एक इधर
तो सर यहाँ थोड़ी लोग करेगा यार, क्या बात कर रहे हो
अच्छा पर ये तुमने कहा यार अरे चलें तो सर इसको अपने 2 करवा देते हैं 2:15 बजे तक फिर बुला लेंगे घंटा बैठ जाएंगे इसको ऐसे ही पढ़ा रहना पढ़ा रहना तो आ जाओ साथ आपको इसमें कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं है ऐसे
Anybody?
चलो किथे वही चल रही है पहले इसको ऑफलाइन करते हैं अरे यार क्यों टाइम करते 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 कैमरा आता है
वैसे जो बोल रहा था 3,000 सर मैंने बोला कि अगर वहाँ पे शॉप लगाओगे तो 500 रुपये पर हेड है वहाँ लीटर में
और सभी को सुनाई देगा। नहीं नहीं अब इस पे क्लिक कर दो, अब जा रही है।
So good afternoon and welcome back for the afternoon session. For today's session, we are having people from or speakers from this IGBC Chandigarh Center. This is, I think, we have been talking about rating system and all that. So Indian Green Building Council is the one who is having one providing this certification. There are a lot of buildings which are there under IGBC rating. They have been rated, and they have come up with different say rating system for different type of buildings. Like this may be existing building, it may be a new building, it may be a individual house, it may be institution building, it may be a school building, or it may be industrial building. So they have got basically the complete guidelines for all the different type of buildings. When they go for rating, and they are also I think we are having a student chapter in this institute also for this, and there are many other student chapters which are there. Therefore, for carrying out different activities under this program. Most probably many of you students earlier also they have gone through their exam also, that for IGBC for becoming certified auditor. If you appear for their exam, so you can become certified auditor. So whenever there will be some requirement that okay, as a auditor you can go and evaluate the building whether it is a green building or not. So that also you can think of whenever you can get the information from their site, and you can do that sort of a activity under this also. So I welcome Shailesh ji and Puneet ji for this presentation. So I will not be taking, mostly they will be discussing about certain aspects of. Welcome.
So, good afternoon, everyone. It would be a challenging task post-lunch first session, I believe. Okay. So before starting, just wanted to check what is the expectation after this 1.5 hours session. See, believe me, I'm not going to give all these things on the slides. Slides you can have at your PCs, at your smartphones. You can share it. You can check it up. All those stuff. Just want to know what is the expectation. We have been spending our 90 minutes here. What do we think this session would be? The next 90 minutes would be for anyone. There's nothing wrong. There won't be any wrong answer. But please, the people are limited, so I can ask everyone to share one liner for this. What is the expectation, starting from you? What is your expectation? Not what is there. What is your expectation out of this? Okay. 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 Right. Right.
अवेयरनेस के लिए कुछ मतलब कि हो जिससे ज्यादा एनवायरनमेंट हम लोग का उस पर कुछ नहीं मतलब मिल पा रहा है, ठीक है, वो ज्यादा इफेक्ट करता है.
Okay. From that side. Okay, Chandigarh green buildings. Ma'am, next. Okay. Two more, the next, please. Those who skipped, especially. The lady next. Oh my God, same. The last. Okay, okay. So in a nutshell, everyone is comfortable in English, or should I mix English and Hindi? English is okay. Mix is okay. Mix is okay. Okay, mix is okay. पर मिक्स में हिंदी बहुत कम होगा, हाँ, क्योंकि वो फ्लो नहीं आ पाता हिंदी में उतना ज्यादा, क्योंकि आप समझ सकते हैं। हाँ, आएगा, बिल्कुल आएगा, मातृभाषा है, क्यों नहीं आएगा। जब हम ग्रीन बिल्डिंग्स की बात करते हैं, ग्रीन बिल्डिंग्स में सबसे पहले जो आप लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशन है, मैं चाहूंगा कि उस पे पूरा खरा उतरूं। हम लोग बात करेंगे ग्रीन बिल्डिंग्स की कॉन्सेप्ट्स की। हम लोग बात करेंगे कि एनवायरनमेंट के लिए वो किस तरीके से बेनिफिशियरी हैं। हम लोग इस पे भी बात करेंगे कि अगर कोई ग्रीन बिल्डिंग्स कोई क्यों बनाए, और जो नहीं बन रही हैं उसके पीछे के रीजंस क्या है। हम लोग कुछ इस पे भी बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे कि उसकी मेन कॉन्सेप्ट्स क्या हैं, ग्रीन बिल्डिंग्स के एक्चुअल में क्या कॉन्सेप्ट्स हैं। और थोड़ी बहुत बात करेंगे कि अगर बिल्डिंग को किसी को सर्टिफाई करना है तो उसके क्या प्रोसेसेस हैं, क्या फ्लो चार्ट है। इसके अलावा जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट मैं बात करना चाहूंगा कुछ ऐसे पॉइंट्स जिसका हमें ख्याल रखना चाहिए जब भी हम कोई बिल्डिंग को डिजाइन करते हैं या ऑपरेट करते हैं। क्योंकि हम लोग प्लानिंग में बहुत अच्छे हैं, हम लोग एग्जीक्यूशन में बहुत अच्छे हैं, बट समहाउ जो मेंटेनेंस पार्ट है वो कहीं ना कहीं लैग कर जाता है। तो कोई भी चीज अगर आप बनाते हैं, फॉर एग्जाम्पल आप अगर व्हीकल ले लें, कोई गाड़ी ले लें, अगर आप उसको मेंटेन नहीं करेंगे तो वो अपनी लाइफ को पूरा कंप्लीट नहीं कर सकती। बहुत ही छोटी सी चीज है, बिकॉज एवरीवन हैज अ बाइक, कार्स, एनीथिंग। तो मेंटेनेंस इज इंपॉर्टेंट। तो जितने भी कॉन्सेप्ट डिजाइन में जो इवॉल्व हुए, जो इम्प्लीमेंट हुए, उसको हम कैसे मेंटेन करें, तो इसीलिए हम फोकस रखेंगे जो हमारा एग्जिस्टिंग बिल्डिंग सेगमेंट है। क्योंकि जो न्यू बिल्डिंग कॉन्सेप्ट्स हैं उसमें जो आर्किटेक्ट हैं, डिजाइनर्स हैं, कंसल्टेंट्स हैं, उनके पास काफी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रहती है, कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, इट इज ओनली अ बेयर प्लॉट। बट जो चीज एक बार बन गई उसको आप किस तरीके से मेंटेन करते हैं, किस जो आपके ऑपरेशंस हैं वो एनवायरमेंटल फ्रेंडली कैसे हो सकते हैं, क्या क्या चीजों का ध्यान रखना है, थोड़ा सा हम उसके बारे में बात करेंगे। पर क्योंकि अगर स्टार्टिंग से मैं ये बात करता हूँ तो सबसे पहली चीज आती है कि क्या मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है, मैं यहाँ बात क्यों कर रहा हूँ। तो वन execute by yourself before you start preaching others. And that is the reason this building came up in 2002. 2002 में इंडियन ग्रीन बिल्डिंग काउंसिल एस्टेब्लिश हुई। बिल्डिंग्स को एवेलुएट करने और एडवाइस करने से पहले कि ग्रीन बिल्डिंग का कॉन्सेप्ट क्या होना चाहिए, हम लोगों ने कोशिश करी कि सारे के सारे जितने भी prominent features होनी चाहिए ग्रीन बिल्डिंग में, that should incorporate in our office, and this is our corporate office, the head office at Hyderabad. इसमें हमने at the time of when the building got inaugurated, this is a building which has the maximum points across the globe at that time, and it was the first platinum rated building outside United States of America, first in India. आज की डेट में भी अगर मैं इसको इवैल्यूएट करता हूँ सभी प्रिंसिपल्स के ऊपर, स्टिल वी कैन कॉन्फिडेंटली से दैट दिस बिल्डिंग इज स्टिल अ प्लैटिनम रेटेड बिल्डिंग। इसका मतलब 2002 से 2016 तक 14 सालों में हम लोगों ने वो बिल्डिंग मेंटेन करी, और यही एक बेसिक थॉट होना चाहिए जब हम बिल्डिंग को ऑपरेट करते हैं कि इट शुड बी वर्किंग एज इट इज डिजाइंड। This building got inaugurated by His Excellency late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in 2002. And what is the vision of our council? Vision is that the sustainable built environment should be for everyone. It should not be limited to a select class of people. हम लोग अगर ये कहें कि अगर एक elite, अगर एक मल्टी स्टोरी हाउसेस रेजिडेंशियल कॉम्प्लेक्स बन रहा है या शॉपिंग मॉल बन रहा है, so that can go green. No, it's not that. Even if a worker, if they have been living in the EWS category houses, their homes should also be converted into a green. There should be a scope. साइज और कॉस्ट के बेसिस पे सस्टेनेबिलिटी का जो इम्पैक्ट है या सस्टेनेबिलिटी का जो अचीवमेंट है, जो बेनिफिट्स हैं, हम लोग पर्टिकुलर सेक्शन को डिप्राइव नहीं कर सकते. दैट इज अवर विजन. और सेकंड सबमिशन है कि बाय 2025 इंडिया शुड बी इन द नंबर 1 इन द ग्लोब इन टर्म्स ऑफ अ ग्लोबल फुटप्रिंट. जब हम ये बात करते हैं कि नंबर 1 होना चाहिए, तो हमारी जो जर्नी है वो स्टार्ट 2002 से. वन प्रोजेक्ट 20,000 स्क्वायर फीट, दैट्स आवर ओन ऑफिस. Currently, we are having close to 3,900 projects already registered with the council, 4.48 billions of square feet already registered. And with this, we are currently number 2 in the globe. When we say currently we are in number 2, the highest is USA, close to 7 billions of square feet. लेकिन अगर आप ग्रोथ पैटर्न्स देखें यूएस का और इंडिया का, इंडिया में ग्रोथ के चांसेस बहुत ज्यादा हैं बिल्डिंग सेक्टर में स्पेशली. So we are hopeful, not in 2025, but by 2022, when India turns 75 years of independence, we would be number 1. With this, we have say 90% of market share with us. Now there are the government is also giving some kind of an incentives to promote the green building. So the Punjab, Pune is one of them. Noida, we have Sidbi also. UP, Goa, Pune. So there are various incentives. And importantly, recently there is a notification from the MOEF. MOEF is a great supporter because this is in the same field. So in 2013, they says that for the environmental clearance for the project, if someone is going with IGBC certification, they would get a out of turn hearing for the clearance. इसके करने से जो आपका जो टाइम लगता 12 months 18 months, that is reduced to 4 to 5 months. और एक बड़े प्रोजेक्ट में अगर 1 साल का आपको का लैग टाइम कम होता है, it meant a lot. Similarly, very recently they came up with another notification for the in the changes of the environmental clearance for their auditors. They said that CII, the IGBC and the Quality Council of India, they can accredit these qualified environmental auditors, which is a big achievement for the council itself. Now there is a difference. There are a couple of slides which may not be related to the green building, but they have been very important when we say that what is we perceive and what should be our perception. Can anyone explain the difference between the perception and perspective, though the definition is right there? It's very rightly said that perception is what we perceived. There would be some facts, there would be some knowledge, and there would be some imagination. You mix all these three things, and then there is a perception. Then the perspective is actually your attitude to look at the things. A very simple things. Your perspective would tell you a half glass story, whether the half glass is full or a half glass is empty. But the perception, again, it didn't change. It says like this is there, and this is my perception. So that way we need to check out that what is going around our in our neighbors. हमारे आसपास क्या चीजें चल रही हैं, क्या हम जो भी हमारे आसपास जो एनवायरमेंटल चेंजेस हो रहे हैं, क्या हम उसको एक डिफरेंटली देख सकते हैं. हमारा उनको देखने का एटीट्यूड या पर्सपेक्टिव क्या होना चाहिए, उसके ऊपर ज्यादा फोकस है. क्योंकि अगर हमने अपना थॉट प्रोसेस चेंज कर लिया तो ये सारी चीजें अपने आप सॉल्व होती जाएंगी. वो कैसे होंगे वो हम आगे देखेंगे. छोटे से एग्जांपल है, जैसे हम सभी लोग बोलते हैं कि पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ है, इट इज अ प्रॉब्लम. इज दैट अ प्रॉब्लम? It may not. It may not. But ideally, if someone says, "Oh, this is not happening because of the growing population of India," and that is a problem. But because of this population, we have been the number one in the IT services. We have been the number one of providing the youngest working age group among the globe. So perception and perspective, they're the two different things. So can we look in these scenarios, can we also look similar to the environment? Now, if population is a problem, then we would not celebrate the birth of a child. If we are celebrating something, it means it's not a problem, but we have to manage it beautifully. Similarly, now emissions. Now emissions are bad. Literally bad. Can emissions be good? We cannot thought that how emissions can be good. But yes, all emissions cannot be bad. Now, if all emissions are bad, so the plants who has been exchanging CO2 with O2, that won't happen, and then we may not be standing here. So all emissions are not bad. It means we have to control the emissions in such a way that it won't impact the overall environment. Then I can pay my fuel. So why should I bother? A very typical perception that if I'm having money in my pocket, I can buy. Why should I bother? I should put the ignition on all the time. How does that matter to you? It's not your money. It's not your bike. It's not your car. So, but what if even if we have money with us, we don't have a petrol to buy? So we have to manage our resources in a very intelligent way, so that we should not be in the situation which is depicting here on the right hand side. Can we switch on to the alternative fuels, electric cars, biodiesels? There have been many ways, but we have to give a thought in that direction. Now, water is depleting. That is the area of concern. This is a perception. But they're not depleting. We are wasting those things. Can we manage that water in a better way? We can treat the water. We can use the wastewater separate lines. We can reduce the consumption. We can recycle the water. We can reuse it. And we can finally refuse to drop out a single drop. A very simple waste. My compound, my house, my office, my desk need to be clean. I won't bother. If I'm been walking on the road or public spaces, I simply don't bother. So that is our perception. But how we can manage the waste? It may sound that it is not related to the green building concepts, but these few slides is only to open up the mind to see that what is my perception and what should be my perspective. Because if I correlate my perception and a perspective in a right direction, green building is nothing. At every field, every activity in your daily life, you would be a living legend of green. Now the energies. Someone says, okay, we'll go for the thermal energy. Coal is our main resource. How many of you agree to this? I think, yes, this is the coal is our main source for the electricity. But do you anywhere aware that more than 25% of coal requirement we are importing? So we have already depleted our resources. Can we thought of and these are the authentic data. So can we check out that how can we enhance the energy efficiency? How can we reduce the dependency on the coal electricity? Sometimes you may also see the people were saying there is no space. There are HVAC, the air conditioning systems, there are water tanks, there are lift areas, staircases, lobby area. There's no room for a solar panel. Is it? Most of the cases, yes. We can have a built-in integrated solar PVs. So there should be a will to open up the individual brains, and rather than looking at the problem, we should look at the solutions. What can be alternative solution to this? Am I making sense? And believe me, if we are taking only 5% of our surface area as a country, it would be sufficient enough to generate the requirement of electricity. 5% area. That's it. So now coming back to the green buildings. So now I think that for the next 60 minutes or so, we would be having a more open up to take, we would be more receptive towards the green buildings. What do we mean by a green building? When I put a green building definition on a Google, it would give me a 2000 pages. Links, different website. And I don't think any two websites definition would be similar unless they copied each other. So you would be having 2000, 3000 definition of a green building. What would be the simple definition of a green building? Anyone, there is nothing wrong. Nothing wrong could be done while responding to my queries. But I wanted to see, means, what do you think? What would be the definition of a green building? Or what do you mean by green building? Unfortunately, you are directly presented here, not over the telecom, so I would be directing to you only. So what do we mean by a green building? Right, less e-waste generation. Rather, I would broader the view. I would say less waste generation overall. Okay, done. Very nicely said. Anything else?
At the same time, we shouldn't be compromising on your basic satisfactory major satisfactory sort of needs that we have, that should be fulfilled without compromising on our environment.
Okay, without compromising on environment, if I would say, means you have given me one nice punchline which someone else has already communicated, that the buildings which has been developed out of the need of resources rather than greed. Can I keep it in this way? That whatever I'm consuming, only those much of resources which is my need, not a greed. While on the table, okay, I'll leave that example. That may not be appropriate here. Okay, so that's another. What else? Anyone else who can say? Well, he has already. Yes, please.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Hello, sir. My name is Kushal. I'm from IC University. I'm studying in. So actually, I want to say something about green building.
Yes, please.
Sir, green building is a building in which we construct a building in which we can save the water, save the energy, and save the materials, and also make a building which is good for the environment. That we can say that this is our green building.
Oh, wow.
For example, sir, if you want to save the water by a green building, for example, we can make a green building
by which we can have a system of harvesting water. For example, when the rainwater will come, then we can save that water and we can use it for our daily use. Or we can also, for example, we have some, for example, in toilets, there's wastewater. We can recycle that water and we can reuse that water. And also the materials, for example, the natural materials we can use, which is near to our area, that we can use in our building. And also the energy, sir, we can provide the solar system inside of the building, which provides energy for our building, for the electricity, for lighting.
Very right. Thank you very much. Here, if you can switch off on the next slide, which is the definition, which is I am planning to quote. You have already covered most of the things. Thank you very much. So, which simply says what is rightly mentioned: the less water, optimizing the energy, the conserving the natural resources. Someone rightly said the generating the less waste, but importantly, it should provide the healthier space to the occupant. That is the most important character of a green building. The healthier environment for the human being could never be, opposite to the nature. And why it is so? When I'm saying this, why it is so? Now, have we ever seen any of a green building? From the audience, there, here and there, rated is a different thing, a green building. Now, if I would say that all of you have visited the green building, that means that I am not an engineer, I am an astrologer or a Jyotish. I'm still saying, I'm repeating, all of you, आप सभी ने ग्रीन बिल्डिंग देखी है, विजिट किया है, एक बार नहीं बार बार. रेटेड है या नहीं है ये दूसरी बात है. और अगर मैं ये इतने कन्विक्शन के साथ कह सकता हूं तो इसका मतलब आप लोगों ने पक्का देखी होगी और आप मुझे बता नहीं रहे हैं. Should I give the example? Rated, non-rated is a different. That is very particular. Okay, let me share it with you. हम लोग कभी ताजमहल गए हैं? गए हैं. हम लोग गुरुद्वारे गए हैं. हम लोग मंदिर गए हैं, मस्जिद गए हैं, चर्च गए हैं. हम लोग फोर्ट्स गए हैं. फोर्ट्स. हम लोग जब भी वहां जाते हैं, चाहे गर्मी हो चाहे सर्दी हो, क्योंकि वहां पे एयर कंडीशन नहीं होते, बहुत सारी जगह पे तो फैंस भी नहीं होते. आर वी फीलिंग डिस्कंफर्टेबल? व्हाई? क्यों? But that is there, say 500, 700, 900, 1000, more than 1000 years old. Yes. So which simply means that one, the green building concepts are not new to us. Our ancestors, say 500, 600 years earlier also, whenever they design or they develop a construction or a building, naturally, it has been taken care of all the parameters which would ultimately lead us for a comfort zone. So comfort zone की अगर मैं बात करता हूँ तो एयर कंडीशनिंग 18 या 22 डिग्री वाली एयर कंडीशनिंग कंफर्ट जोन में नहीं आती. Comfort zone in which I am comfortable without wearing this woolen bridges. So which means the body temperature plus minus 2 degree. Simple. So means 26 plus minus 2 degree would be a comfortable temperature for a human body. They make sure कि ये temperature, ये और humidity conditions that would maintain there, irrespective of the people. अगर ताजमहल में अंदर जाएंगे तो देखिए there are thousands of people there, but still you are not feeling uncomfortable. तो दो चीजें इसमें मेन रही। एक, इट इज नॉट न्यू टू अस, इट इज देयर इन आवर ब्लड्स एंड आई विल प्रूव दैट आल्सो। सेकेंड थिंग इज कि हम पहले जितनी भी चीजें करते थे, एक बड़ी अच्छी जो माइथोलॉजी है, दिस इज द पंचभूतास। पंचभूतास स्टैंड्स फॉर अग्नि, पृथ्वी, जल, वायु, आकाश। Our ancestor says that all the living element or all the element on this planet has been derived from these Panchbhutas. Even our own body is also made of Panchbhutas, Agni, Prithvi, Jal, Vayu, Akash. अगर हम इन पांचों कोई भी अगर डेवलपमेंट करते हैं, अगर हम इन पांचों को अलाइन करके करेंगे, it would automatically become a green building. Because green building means you are aligned with the nature. You are not opposite to the nature. You are not opposing the nature. You are aligning with the nature. ग्रीन बिल्डिंग कॉन्सेप्ट भी उसी के साथ आता है। आपको सिर्फ 5 चीजें, अग्नि, पृथ्वी, जल, वायु, आकाश, इनको अलाइन कर दीजिए बिल्डिंग में, नेचुरली इट वुड बिकम ग्रीन बिल्डिंग। अगर कॉन्सेप्ट्स की बात करते हैं तो जो ग्रीन बिल्डिंग कॉन्सेप्ट्स है वो इन 5 पैरामीटर्स पे फॉलो करते हैं: साइट सिलेक्शन, वाटर, एनर्जी, बिल्डिंग मटेरियल एंड इंडोर एनवायरनमेंट क्वालिटी। ये 5 चीजें हमारे पंचभूता से कैसे मैच कर रही हैं? Here you go. Prithvi means site related issues, Jal, water conservation, Agni, energy, Vayu, indoor quality, Akash is the daylight and the night sky pollution. Very simple. 5 चीजें आपने अलाइन करी, इसके बेसिस पे आपने बिल्डिंग डेवलप करी, it would become a green building. Taking a rating is a different thing. Developing a green building is a different thing. Rating only suggests you what would be the ways you can achieve. Plus, it is a normal business game. Like I am aspiring, मैं चाहता हूँ मेरी बिल्डिंग जो बने वो मेरी बने गोल्ड। मैंने उस हिसाब से डिजाइन करे, कंस्ट्रक्शन के टाइम पे कुछ डेविएशंस हुए, प्लानिंग में फंड्स का कुछ इश्यू आया, मैं डेविएट करने लगा। और मुझे अगर गोल्ड करनी है और मैं एक पर्टिकुलर सेक्शन में अगर उसको डेविएट कर रहा हूँ, उसको कॉम्प्रोमाइज करता हूँ, तो मुझे कहीं दूसरी जगह उसको एडजस्ट करना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो मेरा जो एस्पिरेशन है गोल्ड से वो नीचे आ जाएगा सिल्वर पे। तो ये केवल एक गाइडलाइन है कि आप किस तरीके से और क्या क्या मेजर्स आप इवॉल्व कर सकते हैं अपनी बिल्डिंग के अंदर। तो रेटिंग, नॉन रेटिंग इज अ डिफरेंट थिंग, ग्रीन बिल्डिंग इज अ डिफरेंट थिंग। आर यू विद मी? Okay. Why to go with the certification for a green building? सभी लोग एग्री करते हैं वाटर सेविंग होता है, एनर्जी सेव होता है, वेस्ट ज्यादा बेटर तरीके से हैंडल हो सकता है। परसेंटेज पे एनीवन कैन डिबेट, 15% to 30%, 15 to 30% इन एनर्जी, 15-30 इन वाटर। पर ये गैप क्यों है इतना? कई जगह प्रोजेक्ट्स 40% सेविंग भी दिखलाते हैं। जो भी बेनिफिट्स हैं वो आते हैं आपके एग्जिस्टिंग डिजाइन्स क्या है। अगर उसमें से कुछ आपने चीजें ऑलरेडी मेजर कर रखी हैं तो ऑब्वियसली आपकी जो पोटेंशियल सेविंग होगी वो कम होगी। आप एक अनमेंटेन्ड बिल्डिंग को आप कन्वर्ट करना चाहते हैं ग्रीन बिल्डिंग में, आपने कन्वर्ट करा तो आपके जो मेजर्स लगे, जो कॉस्ट मेजर्स लगे वो ज्यादा लगेंगे। दूसरी चीज है आपको जो सेविंग्स दिखेंगी वो ट्रेमेंडस सेविंग दिखेंगी। पर जो ऑलरेडी आपकी मेंटेन बिल्डिंग है उसको आपने फिर सर्टिफिकेशन पे लेके गए, कॉस्ट कम लगेगी बट सेविंग्स भी कम होंगी। सिंपल सा एग्जांपल है, आपको जो है वो लाइटिंग चेंज करनी है अपनी। आपके पास जो ट्रेडिशनल बल्ब्स हैं एक बिल्डिंग में, सब कुछ सेम है, एक ट्रेडिशनल बल्ब है और एक में CFL है। फॉर एग्जांपल सेविंग्स की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, बल्ब्स को हटा के आपने LED बल्ब्स लगाए और CFL को हटा के आपने LED बल्ब्स लगाए, सेविंग्स किस में ज्यादा होगी? रिलेटिव सेविंग्स जो है वो बल्ब से अगर आप रिप्लेस करते हैं, क्योंकि आप उस लेवल तक पहुंचे ही नहीं है। पर CFL से जब आप LED की तरफ जाते हैं तब आप एक्चुअली में आप बल्ब से CFL तक की जर्नी आप ऑलरेडी कंप्लीट कर चुके हैं। तो आप यहाँ पे हैं, आपको सिर्फ यहाँ पे जाना है। जबकि बल्ब से आप यहाँ नीचे से यहाँ आएंगे, इसीलिए देयर इज अ गैप, डिफरेंशिएशन. इट इज ओनली इन अ रेंज 15 से 30%, 15 से 40%, 20 से 40%. दैट इज द रीजन व्हाई इट इज इन अ रेंज. We'll go back to the cost factor. The cost is when we developed our project, the Godrej Green Business Center. जो कॉस्ट थी हमारी, जो इंक्रीमेंटल कॉस्ट थी सारे फीचर्स को इनकॉर्पोरेट करने की, इट इज इन ट्यून ऑफ 18%, 18%. रीजन, we don't have technologies, we don't have products, we don't have materials, we don't have expertise also. So all these things we have to bring in from the outside. And if something is imported, the cost would go up. In 2010, there is a building in Mumbai which has been developed, a large scale building. The cost of escalation is 2%. Nowadays, there are cases which says going for a green building is actually a cost saving. Or the differentiation would be close to 1% or so. Now, as someone suggested, that जितने भी बिल्डिंग्स हैं उन सबके पैरामीटर्स अलग होते हैं, उनकी वर्किंग अलग होती है. इस इंस्टीट्यूशन, इस कैंपस की का जो यूटिलाइजेशन है बिल्डिंग का वो अलग है. प्राइमरी सेकेंडरी स्कूल्स का अलग होगा, ऑफिसेस का अलग होगा, घरों का अलग होगा, फैक्ट्रीज का अलग होगा, विलेजेस का अलग होगा, समझ से रूरल. तो हर एक का जो चीजें अगर अलग अलग हैं तो उन सबको हम एक सिंगल स्केल पे बेंचमार्क नहीं कर सकते. Yes, please. Okay. I won't mind. So what I'm saying is that the usage of a building is depending on its characteristic. Like for a school, a hotel, a hospital, a office, a homes, a factory. We cannot evaluate the different set of buildings on a single benchmark. It's like the energy consumption. For a school, that would be less. For an office, it would be more. For an office, if it is an air-conditioned office, it would be further going up. Same goes with the water consumption. If it is an office, it would be less. If it is a residence, a homes, it would be on a higher side. So there is a requirement that the building projects would be evaluated on as per their benchmarks rather than anyone else. When that happens, then only in a true sense, the building would be becoming a green building. So for example, if I'm willing to, evaluate a school building with the commercial office building, how much difficult it is for me to achieve, or how much easier it is for me to achieve. But most of the points may not be significant in the school, which is to be there in the offices. So that is why there is a requirement of a different rating program. So thus we have been having a 19 rating programs catering all the built environment requirement with a residence, existing residential complexes, new buildings, existing buildings. Someone is occupying a space in a building and he's only a tenant. He wishes to go, then there is an interiors. Then how can he convert his individual office into a green office space? Similarly, the landscape village cities. So there are been a various rating program. As we discussed earlier, that we would be focusing more on the differentiation between new and an existing. New is easy. What is the similarity between the two? What is the similarity between a building which is newly constructed, under construction, or constructed say 5 years back and under operations? So these many buildings can be new, can be existing. Which is new today would be existing tomorrow. Does everyone agree to this? Is there any building which could not be a new but existing, or vice versa? Any building, whenever it is constructed, is new. When it is constructed, it becomes existing. So, or the type of a building would remain the same for whether it is a new or an existing. Now let's talk about what is the differentiation between the two. The new is upcoming. No need to explain this particular point. We have a design flexibility. Orientation can be changed. Fenestrations means the wall, windows, or those elements. Materials, the technology to develop, the equipment, systems, everything we can do. Nothing could be done with the existing. They already developed. There is no flexibility. The only flexibility you may get in the operation and maintenance. So there should be a rating program which should be focusing on the operation and maintenance part, because most of the things is already built. So there is an existing building rating systems which goes like this. Again, the Panchabhutas, Agni, Prithvi, Jal, Vayu, Akash. Site, water, energy, health and comfort, and innovation and design. All the existing projects except residences can compete with the residential as well as factories can compete with the existing building. Then campus can also compete with the existing building rating system. So there is a separate rating program for the campuses because it has residences also, academics also, admin block also, classrooms also. So that is a different story. But they can, this campus can also compete with the existing building rating systems. This is how the rating would flow. The bare minimum is certified, then silver, a gold, and a platinum. Are you with me? Shall we proceed? Not looks very interesting, this part, huh? Be open so that I can skip these slides. Aha. And then what about the certification process? The first step is the registration of a project through online igbc.in. Once it is done, and it is always recommended, before starting a project, we should know that where we are. What is my current standing? Because this is existing building, operation and maintenance is taken care by say more than a year or so, you have all the data. Evaluate that data and check out of 100 scale, what all points I'm getting. It may be 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 75, maybe. Depends on how the building is performing. Then we need to say, what is my aspiration? If I go back to the previous slide, this, if I am being at a 50, currently, my aspiration is silver. So there is a deficit of 10 points. So we need to analyze from where I can get these 10 points easily. Because there are total 100 points can be achieved. So once it has been there, okay, then I'll go for the submission of documents or further improvement in the building processes. Now, for example, I am at a 50. My aspiration is also on certified. Go and upload the documents, or even not required, because there won't be any value addition. But it is only to judge by a third party that yes, you would be at this particular level. And then there would be a normal certification program from the registration to the certification. If there is no improvement to be executed at the site, would take roughly 3 months. Registration to certification. In case there is any improvement which is executed, just add that lag time also. So this is how the rating is being executed. You would submit the documents, we'll do the quality audit, or those documents will send it to the third-party assessor. Third-party assessor would send it back to us. We'll forward to you the preliminary review report. Now, based on that review report, there would be some observation. We might require some more documents, some more details. Something would be denied. Then you have to resubmit or the clarification on those points, attach more documents, submit it back to us. We'll send it to another third party, not the same one, the previous one. The another one, take their opinion and release the final review report. Once the final review report is received by you, then you have to give us a confirmation or a consent. Yes, it is agreeable to me. Even if there is some point of discussion or debate, you can always raise those queries also. We'll resolve. We'll not award till the time either you accept or we accept. Until that we didn't accept anything. So we have to clarify things. So it is a very clear, very transparent way. At every stage, you can get it done. The certification is valid for 3 years from the date of issue. And subsequently, after 3 years, the project has to show compliance. Now, there are a few quick slides as we talk about the Agni, Prithvi, Jal, Vayu, Akash, Panch Bhutas. And when I say that that is in our blood, I forgot to prove this point. I mentioned that I have to prove that this is in our bloods also. Now, I believe that most of the people, they have been living in their individual houses, which would be generally constructed by themselves or their parents, or their parents, means their grandparents. When they have been developing, except a few people, generally the parents or the grandparents, they design their houses by themselves. They first decide that we would be having 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom on this plot. Then they decided, okay, where would be the kitchen, washrooms, bedrooms, master bedroom, drawing room, and those things. At the time, there was no master bedroom. It was only the bedrooms and the drawing rooms. Where should be the doors, windows, chajjas. So those things, it has been already well defined. To get the approval, they would be hiring the services of an architect. This is a general practice at 10 years, 15 years before. So by 95, 97, might be possibility that people have gone for the architecture for their individual houses. Please mind, individual houses. Now, when you realize that you might have found some very interesting things, which may be related to the Vastu, but scientifically it has been proven. You must have seen old houses, they're having Roshan dance. And if they have been having a 7 feet height window, still there would be some separatable areas which can be open and closed separately. Have you ever noticed in not a unit which is means 15 years or a 20 years older houses, you can notice those things. So if that is there, what does that do? That would work simple ventilation, a concept of a ventilator. Earlier, when our parents or grandparents, they would have designed by themselves, then earlier in the bigger plots, there would be a central courtyard, or they wanted to leave the setbacks at the front, at the back also. Front is a lawn, the rear one is a verandas. Again, for the cross ventilation. We would have seen the chajjas on the windows. That would be another slightly older models of houses, with 30 years, 35 years older models. Those chajjas would giving the projections so that the rainwater should not enter. The sunlight, not daylight, please mind, there's a difference, sunlight and a daylight. The sunlight should not enter into your house to make this thing cool. So when having a mud faska on the rooftop to cool down the temperature, that works as an insulation, isn't it? We have been doing all that kind of an exercise while we are not means our parents, the grandparents, they're not the certified engineers, the certified architecturals. Thus, they're designing the buildings because of their own understanding. And by default, they have been developing the green buildings, part of it. So that's why I say that the green building concepts, which our ancestor knows, they have operated 5,000 years back also. Still, it is there in our blood. So when we come back to the green building concepts, to the Prithvi as a Panchabhuta, one of the Panchabhutas, then what all things we may need to take care of? Only very brief things. And this is a solar image of a rooftop. It is a roof. It is not a garden. It is a roof garden. This is thermal image where you can see on the left hand side red tandoor tiles. The name also mentioned tandoor tiles. It is a red hot. Temperature is more than 50 degrees. The adjacent area is been with the greenery or a landscape. It is having so close to 40-degree temperature. What does this depict? That on the roof there are certain pockets which are working as a heat island. Because every product is having a tendency to absorb heat and radiate in the evening times when the sun is not sharp. The concrete is absorbing a lot and radiating a lot. Grass, trees, they didn't. So we need to take care of the element that the most of the concreted areas should be either with the shadows or the open grid pavers, so that the amount of space or the concrete which is exposed to direct sun should be limited. Once it is there, then the surrounding, the ambient temperature would also come down. Another way of doing is on the rooftop, put the China mosaic tile. The China mosaic tile is a complete waste. I've been putting up the tiles in the washrooms, those areas, those broken tiles, you can put it there. Now, this what would this do? This would reflect most of the heat component back to the environment immediately. So it didn't absorb the heat. If the top floor, the top surface didn't absorb the heat, it would not radiate back to your system, and then your energy would be enhancing. Now tell me the reason why in the multi-rise or even the 2-story, 3-story apartment, people didn't prefer to go on the topmost floor. The same reason would be addressed here. Why we are not going? Because of the heat. So that's one. Same goes with the non-roof areas. We have shared the roof areas. The non-roof areas would be that the most of the areas where there is a concrete exposed to sun would be covered with the shadow trees. Now there are a few lights, the outdoor lighting. Have the light where it is required. Do not lit the entire space. Now in the very first one, here, if you can see, so this is a bulb. It is lighting here and there, everywhere. So the nocturnal life of the birds, the species who generally travels in the night time, they got disturbed. Their life got disturbed. The green building, we don't promote this, and we are very rigid on this part. I'll simply run through those slides. In case there is any issue, any concern, please let me know so that we can stop and deliberate a couple of more minutes on that, and then we'll push out. Now water. How can we save the water? The water efficiency would be either we reduce the demand or we reduce the supply. So once with the for the normal consumption in a tap, there would be various options we can have. One option, maybe we may have the sensor based taps or a push button taps. That may come with the cost. For a retrofitting for the existing building, that may be a challenge. However, in case we put a aerator, now aerator is a very interesting device which can reduce your water flow by 90%. This aerator adds the air bubbles in the water stream. So once there is an air in the water stream, obviously the amount of water, the quantity of water is reduced. And thus you are saving. Very interestingly, the aerator comes with a cost. And the cost is 90 paisa per aerator. And you are saving 90% of water. 90 paisa, 90%. Choice is yours. Whether you wish to spend 90 paisa per tap or you don't wish. Or you wanted to waste 90% of water. Why I'm focusing on water more? Because energy, you have an alternative. For a water, you don't have an alternative. You have to have water and only water. The another ways of reducing the consumption is the waterless urinals, wherever it is possible, feasible, or the dual flushing systems. Similarly, for the water which we used, we had reduced the demand, we reduced the consumption of water, but whatever we used, we have to treat it, recycle it. There are various ways, natural and mechanical. It is all up to the individuals how we can proceed for the treatment of this water. Once this water gets treated, we can reuse it. So this is a complete cycle. You reduce the consumption of water. Whatever you use, recycle. Whatever recycle, again reuse. Reuse in the spaces like horticulture, landscape, flushing systems, where there is no human contact. Because if you are making your water polished to that extent, it would come with a cost. So we can reduce the consumption of water in that way. Then the rainwater harvesting, someone there has rightly said, the rainwater harvesting system we have to manage. Oh, the gentleman from the remote location. Now, a few important areas is the daylighting for the energy. For a day, use of daylight didn't cost us. It didn't cost us the capital cost. It didn't cost us the running cost. It didn't cost us the maintenance cost. For this LED bulbs, you need to procure. You are spending money, capital cost. You are running it, consumption of electricity, running cost. Then you are maintaining also because it also has a life. Then there is a maintenance cost. For a daylight, nothing is required. A total free electricity. You can say that. And how beautifully we can use and utilize in our system. That makes the building more towards environment friendly, more towards greenery. Now someone says if electricity can travel in a pipe, but nowadays data can travel in a pipes, without pipes also, optical fibers, then why not light? That's the reason for inventing the light pipe. It has the n number of concave surfaces inside, quite reflective in nature, and it is transmitting the daylight to the system. If you see the central figure, this one, this is a daylit house. And why daylight is very important? Because daylight is natural, we are also natural. So body is more receptive towards the daylight rather than the artificial. And there is a very interesting study which has been conducted on the lighting side. I'll share it some other time, other opportunities. Then comes with the renewable. I don't think there is any focus on a renewable because you all are aware about renewable energies. Now the fresh air ventilation. Now we're coming to the last component of health and comfort. The fresh air ventilation is required. It is required in both air conditioned as well as naturally ventilated buildings. Means a normal, non-air conditioned building. And there are certain parameters which has been driven, or along with all these, there are a number of codes which has been pushing for a certain amount of a pressure which is required by an individual. Then the VOCs, interesting points to be used by everyone. Whenever we are painting our houses, or there's the furniture which is painted in varnishes, there is a smell. Keep inhaling those smell. What is that smell? That smell is a volatile organic component of those materials which release SOx and NOx, SOx and NOx, which is harmful for a human being, for anyone to inhale those, but we keep on inhaling. Interestingly, after a couple of days or 3-4 days afterward, we didn't find any smell because of two reasons. One, the intensity of that compound is reduced. Secondly, we are adaptable to inhale those compounds. So we didn't distinguish whether there is a smell or a not smell, but we are still inhaling. So there is a promotion of the no VOC or a low VOC paints and varnishes and adhesives in a building. So we should use for the indoor only, because for outdoor you don't have a control. Outdoor is normal. Indoor we need to take care of this. Going with the same thing, housekeeping material, housekeeping chemicals, phenyls, cleaners, floor cleaners. Even if it is freshly done, you can smell a lot. But there are also the products which have been there in the market which can reduce this. Now, importantly, see the green education of occupant is the last couple of slides only. We developed and designed a green building. We did best of the systems there. It has implemented excellently, executed excellently. But the people who would be using or operating those systems were not aware at all. That is why the green education for the occupants plays a very major role. Now, we also having a tendency, if you didn't reminding things, it is difficult for you to learn or to remember. For remembering something, we have to repeat and repeatedly tell something. That generally happens when we studied in the nursery first, second class, or in the school life. In the exam, we keep on repeating things, everything, so that we can do well in the exam. We can get those things remembered at that time. The same things need to be done in the green building. The occupants, if they weren't told, that would be somewhere at the back of the mind, but not in the priority, and we don't want that. Secondly, the education should be for all of them, irrespective of the class or the work. The office boy to the office bearer, everyone need to be educated. What all features is incorporated, what is expected from you to be done. I'm getting my point. I'm getting the value attached to it. See, sometimes what happened in an office, the person is very passionate about daylighting. He used to, remove the blinds in the morning. By afternoon or evening, the housekeeping staff or the office staff, they keep on closing the blinds. So this thing has been done, say for a week or 10 days, then the person has give up the idea to remove the blind. The another interesting story is that the people, the offices, who's been moving out in the conference room, they have, or in an office, big offices, they have been moving out of their premises, their cabins. The lights are switched on. Now office guys switch it off. Immediately, because of somehow the gentleman again came back to his office, and then he started screaming people, why you have switched off my lights? What do you think? Next time, even if the person went for a meeting for 4 or 5 hours, whether the gentleman would switch it off again? He would never. So we have to educate each and every person, the person at the top level, middle level, office boy, blue collar, white collar, everyone about what is expected out of them. Then only the things can be maintained. The green buildings are supposed to be disabled friendly. They should not feel that they are different. How? They're very small things. If possible, we should provide the preferred parking. In case of a lift, there should be the braille assistance. There should be the physically, the disabled friendly washrooms. There should be the ramps. They're all there written in the NBC, the National Building Code. But for the project, we have to execute those things at the building project, because NBC is only an advisory, it is not by compulsion. I think so. My time is okay. Okay. So someone also mentioned the very first definition of green building. When I asked, set 240, 245, the very first answer came reduction in waste. You yourself has mentioned. Yeah. It means I have a good memory. Good. So for the waste segregations, the green buildings, for generating the less waste, then there should be a proper management of waste. Now, when we say proper management of a waste, and on the other hand, we say the less waste generation, it means that whatever waste we have been generating currently, how much maximum we can take out. Like in the individual houses, I'm repeatedly saying individual houses because these things would start from your own. The difference between perception and perspective. See, we used to throw the tea leaves, used tea leaves. We used to throw plastic bottles, but we never used to throw newspapers. We are very passionate about it. We used to keep or stacking the newspaper at our houses because we know at the end of the day, someone would come and take it at a 15 rupees a kg. Is it? Is it? But we are ready to pay 30 rupees or 50 rupees to the person who's collecting the rest of the garbage with us. The Chandigarh is a beautiful city. They have the gardens all over. They have a kitchen garden also. Can we segregate the waste at the source itself? All the wet waste can be converted into the menu. There are small earthworms, those stuffs, they have been there. You need not to have a big composter. So from there we can start segregating, and that is the primary concept of waste in a green building. We have to segregate the waste at source. There is no point mix up all the waste at a source, then ask someone else, sir, please segregate on our behalf, we will pay you this much of amount. Wastage. You segregate at a source, and how to segregate? There are ways. This is a residential colonies where they have put up the bins at each floor level. which also clearly mentioned what is there in this particular bin. Generally, interestingly rather, so please appreciate this. Further, we said segregation at a source. We have a 2-bin or a 3-bin theory. We put different color code. And you ask 5 people that what is their expected or they are supposed to drop in which bin. Even most of the time I might also confused. No point. See, I would look at my convenience, irrespective of the color, which is more closer to me, I'll drop it there only. That is human psychology. But if the box, if the bin clearly mentioned it is this bin is for A, B, C, these things, then the chances of dropping the waste in a wrong bin would be significantly less. And same goes with and once this waste has been segregated at a source, then it is easy to manage. Like the wet waste, you can go for the composter, small unit. You can do it, you can generate the manure. When you generate the manure, then you can use that into the landscape. Cost saving measures, rather cash generating measures with the waste. That's why we say waste to wealth. For the papers, you have already taken care. And third and importantly, I'd like to mention here is the e-waste. This is the only section where I used to say a lot, but I didn't follow myself. Still, I'm carrying all my 3-4 phones at my place. I don't know why. They are not working. But still, because of maybe 2 things. One, my attachment to those phones, emotional attachment. 2, my fear that the data which be there inside the mobile phone may be misused. In case we have a proper e-policy and an e-companies who's been taken away, my companies or my organization, my buildings e-waste, I may prefer to do that. So that is one thing which we need to understand and focus, because e-waste would be the next big waste, which would be very difficult to manage. So just to wrapping up the things, what we discussed about the concepts, what we discussed about the perception versus perspective, what we also discussed about the basic concepts of a green building, what is the certification process, what all the major areas where one should focus on the green buildings, the Panchbhutas. And believe me, every building, the existing building is having a potential to save close to 30 to 40% of our energy and our water in case they follow a systematic way of implementing those measures. See, the biggest challenge is when we have been asking to convert an existing building into a green effective building. So the person has been making all the things which is possible, making a calculation sheet there and say, okay, for converting this building to a green building would cost 50 lakhs rupees. One, it won't clear his own boss. If it is clear, it won't clear from the finance department. Even if it got cleared, it won't clear from the board. The best way in the existing building is you start gradually. You make a policy from now onwards, any fan which is to be replaced, which be replaced with the at least 3-star rated fans. AC at least 3-star. Now onwards, any taps which is to be changed now onwards would be with this particular flow. So gradually, not today, not in a 6 months, but in 3 years time frame, your building would performing better. And that would be a real green building without any major cost implications. That would be the approach, I would say. Thank you very much. This is all from my side. Any question, queries you might have?
We will spend because they are maybe going.
Then I have 50 minutes here. One discussion sort of topic, and then next session, the last question, and the center comes.
So whether you would start asking questions or others, I'll ask you. Either way you wish.
ठीक है जाओ फिर तुम भी
So anyone is having a question? Should I start posing questions? No negative marking, no fear of getting hurt.
This is a formal sort of a panel discussion. Participants in the studio, as well as our participants in our center, they can ask all the questions. Since last 3-4 days, we have been discussing various aspects of green buildings, and now our understanding of that particular subject is better. So, in view of that, we can just start our discussion. And I think already we have introduced to you Puneetji is from IGBC, and we had a very wonderful session with him, introducing discussions. And then in the morning, Palwachanji was with us. So we again requested him to be here. So thank you very much, because we came all the way again from over 20 kilometers. So let us start with our quickly. You can start. But
the topic discussed on green buildings. Many of the industries and buildings have implemented the green building concept, particularly in high-rise buildings or industries or some kind of commercial buildings. Even though it has a lot of benefits to the concern as well as to the society as well as to the environment, but in individual persons, the small residential houses are not following it up. Is there any idea under the CAE for making awareness to make a green building to individual houses, even small lots also?
Okay, that's really important. See, we have this number of individual houses is having a passion to go within the green applications. The major issue why people are not coming up for the certification. What is the benefit out of it for going for a green certification? That is one. Because for any project, any company who is developing a project, but going green would be, having an add-on factor. If the company is careful, concerned about the environment. However, for the individual houses, this cannot be the case. They didn't wish to, they didn't want to ban their own houses. No one has banned it. Except the two people who had their houses as good as a multi-story. So that is one gap. What we actually initiated earlier, because of which we got a decent number of responses, that we started showcasing their projects as a model project to people. But in that particular case, the people who are being associated with the industry, be it an architect or a consultant, they have been converting their individual houses into green houses. Because converting their houses into a demonstrative house, people can look and feel of it. That would give the benefit to them to generate more business. So that is, I think, this is the reason why people are not going for the individual houses. The individual houses, there have been regulations, the pieces, the concepts we can implement, like a rainwater harvesting. At few places we have to do it. Solar PV panels we have to do that. To a bit of pieces. And we also didn't make it mandatory, because once you make it mandatory, there's a tendency to avoid those things. So the entire objective of general savings.
Made as mandatory. Either indirectly we can suggest for some kind of relaxation. Say for example, if any individual houses is concentrating 70% of green concept, we can relax some tax relaxation.
It is that Pune has that. Punjab also is planning to have.
ECBC they have done.
Rajasthan is planning. Pune has already executed this. They are doing say close to 50% rebate in the property.
Surat is also who will certify? Who will certify?
IGBC. IGBC is a certifying agency. So there are three different bodies. One is an IGBC, Indian Green Building Council. They are representing India in the Green Building Council. That's one. The second is the GRIHA. GRIHA has been developed by the Institute. The third is USGBC, which has been following the practices of having. These are the three bodies. IGBC is having close to 3,000 90+% market share. GRIHA is having close to 800 projects, and same is, and USGBC the data is not. Anyone, see, again depends about benefits. What is the benefit? Whether you have been asking, taking these benefits for your own business, or you are expecting some benefit, clear by the away. So in that case, we need to check out that who all agencies are authorized, their certification is authorized to do all the incentives. So we need to go with it. In some cases, IGBC only. In some cases, IGBC lead. So you have to take any one of them, mention in the notification.
Is there any such charges from the IGBC?
IGBC, yes, there are charges. It all depends on the project. Rate.
From the commercial project.
See, there are various rating programs, Indian rating programs. If the parameters are different to the cost, I'll give you the basic idea. The commercial projects for a decent size project, registration would be close to 25,000 rupees. The application fees would be, you can take it as 1 rupee a square meter. So because we are not a profit organization, we didn't want the profit out of the pocket. So that's it. Just to mitigate our expenses.
Okay, my question answer this as a case study. So a month back, we are experiencing a very heavy cyclone in Tamil Nadu. So even I have purchased the high-rise building. I'm living in the 14th floor. See, morning also we have attended a section for a kind of variety of glass and all that, and another expert taught us about utilizing alternative energy resources. So when this is the case, when we are trying to educate individual ourselves as well as the students of future generation, all that, is there any forum to educate? Industry, kind of realtors like that. I purchased the house from a well-known realtor who is having their own constructions in around the world. But even still, geographic people told us that the wind effect the wind effect would be for about 100 kilometers per hour in that way. But still, we were wondering, we were worrying whether the glass door which has been provided with the building will break it or not, or the doors will break it. In that way, we have been worrying, and all we kept all our children. To be honest, we made our children to stay in a bathroom where there is no glass door. In that way, it has been. So, is there any real education or the information to the industry, those who are really constructing, because a single realtor constructing for about 2,000, 3,000 flats in a state. Even within a state, check Tamil Nadu, they have for about 4 constructions. So all about 100,000 flats in each construction. They have their, sites all over India, even in a few other countries even. So I do not want to mention the realtor name. So is there any kind of education or forum to educate the realtor or the business holders or the industries to get into doing the kind
Sir,
of
presently case, there is no such body. You are talking about the window.
Yeah.
PVC or whatever like that.
I came to know that the wind effect will be for 150. I did not know any information whether the wall, the wall and the glass door provided will withstand the 150 kilometer speed of wind or not.
You are 100% right. So there is no body. Engineer is only testing it or certifying. It needs to be certified against some seal. It needs to be done in a proper. But now we don't have any. But there is one company that was actually making windows for the DLF. What was that? And no, sir, there is some other company that was only making primarily for the DLF. There is no design better than that because their whole of the stock was going for the high-rise building, like wherever needed. So it is a very serious business. When it comes to 14th floor, I can very well understand. Not a single window will survive. And very heavy damage will be to the family. It will tear apart and that will shear off the people.
Really, what had happened? They have not been affected. Even single window has not been cracked.
The company,
in other places in high-rise buildings,
company,
their glass doors have been broken. That is why we did not know.
Company name is Elobuild. Elobuild is the company which is making a specialized form of glazing, which is not being provided in the market. They primarily make for the DLF only. So when we came to know about it, we struggled hard to get when I was in a different company, but they did not provide that. They said our agreement is with the DLF only. We are not going to provide that. The government should come in this picture, and ITBC also we can request this body also because it is concern which has not been raised because there are not much multi-story till now. But now due to space constraint in metro cities, especially, the towers are going up to 22 also.
That is going to be my next question directly to you, Professor. Because you taught us in the morning that in countryside, whatever you mentioned, using mud and other kind of resources is quite possible. But as you mentioned, moment, so say for example, in a metro cities, it's more than a crore even. So at one point, even though you believing that I'm having enormous land, even I can construct kind of farmhouse and all that. So how I can believe that the natural resources are kind of ingredients or kind of alternative resources, what you mentioned. If I go for it, how can I believe that? How can I validate that this would be? You also mentioned that even it's in probe to earthquake, all that. So is there any validation or analysis?
Sir, there is no validation. Honestly, there is only some people who are into this kind of a thing. There are some. I'm not mentioning about the place where the land is very very costly and where there is a scarcity of land. Like metros, you can't even afford to do that. So if you're talking about those areas where the land is ample and where there's some kind of local material is also available, even if you have land, if the material is not there for making some kind of houses, then it also feasibility is very low. My question, my answer, why I was making you aware on that is there is a trend in the people now when they're retiring or when they are trying to dislocate to some situations where they have the opportunity to settle down or make their dwellings in such places where there is some kind of well-tiered material and they can retire in a good peaceful manner.
The minimum
minimum extent. This is what was the intent was. Intent was that only. Intent was not that we everybody or majority of people can adopt it because it is not practical viable. If you really ask me practically, even if there are a lot of people are living in cities only, because now is a urban culture. It is not everybody is affected. He has to be there where the job is, where the money is, or where the capital is. So he cannot be aloof to a city or in a wilderness in the forest or in the desert. So a person who can afford, a person who can do, he should do it. There is one lady, you must heard about Bangla Valley. There is where the writer was Shobha. What was the name? Handy? No, no, Shobha Devi. Sorry, what was Shobha Singh? Shobha Singh was there. There was a there was a French lady over there who she's called the mother of Punjabi drama. Nora Richards. Nora Richards. She made a house, and it is a live example, sir. Practical example how a house can be made of such clay and all that. She was very much living over there. After she went out of India, she donated that property to the Punjabi University of Patiala. Now that is a heritage building. If you really have a look on that building, whenever you go to that area, you will really understand such structures can be made. See how she was not an engineer or an architect or something. She was an art lover. She was, you can say, really sync with the nature. It is like that. That is a beautiful place. If you could see that valley over there, Kangra Valley, all of it. So if you really happen to be in that region, I would like to circulate in that net also with all people.
There is one.
And Nora Richards about it.
There is one particular. Yeah, Kerala. They have a very made from traditional materials. Many places made from traditional materials. All the concept is incorporated, and few individual machines are made. Apart from that, yes, now many big things. Recently, I was in Faridabad, and he had they are coming up 3,000 flats in Faridabad. On the concept of that is having it as a green township. They have acquired about 60 or 70 acres of land, and in that they are 3,000 flats, multi-site flats. So all the what we said, I think I don't know about the design features, university or other features.
So that won't be at such height or something.
And that region is not located in say high universities also.
That again possible up to an extent, as I said, if developers and regulators are
I would like to add something in this very point of his concern and how it could be related to the real industry in the present scenario. Gentlemen, there is a new law which is passed by the Central Government Union of India. That is RERA, basically Real Estate Act, which the notification was in March 2016 for to every state government to form a tribunal as well as all those regulatory bodies. So March 2017, they will start operating. After this, every builder has to get themselves registered with this authorities. Is now what is happening? There is a lot of chaos in the approvals and all those things in the building bylaws. I am a civil engineer, so it as per my understanding, nobody is following any codes, any not all written on the books only. Practically, if you see, situation is entirely different. But when it comes to agency where a head is a journal, retired journal, a engineering guy or technical board is there, answerable to a Supreme Court, naturally they will come into action. And international laws, whatever practices are already going, they will be adopted at immediate basis. Because what we have already seen in our past with the, what you can say, whether it was earthquake in Gujarat, Latur or somewhere else, there are many places there flooding and or whatever calamities occurred in Uttarakhand. So we have to be prepared for the challenges given by the nature, and we should not misuse the nature in such a way, or the real builders, they can say anything, they can build anything, but they have to follow the proper coding. Now, your case also, they know that such kind of cyclones are basically their regular feature over there. and in coming years they are going to increase. Weather is behaving in a such way, so we have to make ourselves prone to it. So need not worry, things will be good. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Please raise your question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ji.
Sir, my question is regarding the. I am from Chandigarh University.
Yes, sir.
My
Please.
my question is regarding the last session that for the heat gain we are actually using the coatings such as the ventilation, double roofing, overall. But actually, sir, my question is regarding whenever we are preventing to have a heat gain, we are preventing overall, we are getting to prevent from heat gain, we just use the coating. So for this rays which come to our roof, that will reflect back into the atmosphere, and that will raise the temperature, due to which that there may be global warming.
Can you please repeat the last part? When it has been radiated back to the atmosphere?
Sir, as we are using the coating is generally double roof ventilation, double roofs for the heat gain. Sir, whenever the rays will come to the roof or our walls, insulated walls, the rays will reflect back into the atmosphere. Because we are using the material that will make the rays to reflect back into the atmosphere. And when they will get into the atmosphere, the temperature will rise, due to which it may cause lead to global warming. So what is the reason? So far, we must not go for it. We should have a temperature increase. That will threaten our food production. That will threaten, it may be have humidity.
See, there is a very few interesting things which you have raised. The only point is that those rays which were there already hitting your roof or your wall, they're already in the atmosphere. The temperature of the atmosphere is because of those heat waves, they are already in your systems. Now, with all these exercise, what we have been doing, we are restricting those into the atmosphere only. We don't wish them to enter into the building premises. So the question of raising the temperature in the surroundings during the daytime is would not happen, because they themselves are the part of the systems, the atmosphere. One. Secondly, now what is the advantage of reflecting back? Now you have seen that the thermal image photograph, where the concrete spaces, they have been there at a 50 plus temperature, the other surfaces are a 40 plus temperature. See, that thing would be focusing more on the surrounding temperatures, or what would I say, the microclimatic temperature. The microclimatic temperature, which says that when the sun is not harsh, then these elements would start radiating the absorbed heat and thus enhancing the microclimatic temperature, which you feel that the temperature would be a couple of degrees higher than it actually. So by reflecting, we are also mitigating this microclimatic effect. See, the sunny rays would remains there, and if the sky is clear, that heat would be again dissipate. That's the one point. Hope I'm clear. Are you getting me?
Yes.
The second point is, if you allow those heat to move into your system, to move in your building, then if it is an air conditioned building, the load on air conditioning would be on a higher side, because it has to cool off more heated air. That in turn would enhance your carbon emissions. So by reducing or by rejecting the heat to come in to your building would actually improving or supporting the environment, not the vice versa. Hope I'm clear.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
gases are there, right? When greenhouse gases are there in the atmosphere, so they don't know those. So, okay, what I wanted to, I know it is clear, I think audible.
Yes.
Hello. Are you?
Yes, sir.
What I wanted to say is that, okay, you need to say what are the causes for global warming. So global warming is basically, yes, the heat is reflected back, but it remains entrapped into the atmosphere because there are the gases which are not allowing that heat to go dissipate further beyond that. So it remains and it is causing you a global warming. But once we are adopting these green measures, so that means that we are reducing those greenhouse gases going into the atmosphere, and that will ultimately help in escaping whatever the heat is there, escaping back into the atmosphere. So then it will say basically it is helping you to basically to reduce the global warming. That, so what your question is basically, I think it is not that if it is reflected back, it will cause the warming, but if it gets entrapped, then it will cause the temperature rise and all that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.